2023, we would like to send our warmest greeting to all of you. We hope that you're all ready for the event today. SK Startup Fellowship is an annual program with the goal of discovering talented early-stage startups and providing ongoing support while building companionship. SKSF is organized by SK Group, the second largest conglomerate in Korea. With a history of nearly 70 years, SK has over 100 subsidiaries that operate across over 40 countries. 2023 is the fourth year of the SKSF program. This year, we received more than 180 applicants across all sectors. After a competitive selection process, we have selected top 10 startups to become fellows in the fourth batch of the program. Over the last 6 months, the fellows have participated in a series of acceleration activities, including one-on-one mentoring, network, workshop, and especially Seoul Workshop, a business trip to Korea with senior executive of SK Group at its headquarters. And today, we are in the final demo day, where the startup fellows will pitch and compete for the top 3 in SKSF 2023. Before we begin, please allow me to introduce and welcome the organizer, our partners, and valued guests. From the government, please welcome Mr. Trần Duy Đông, Vice Minister of Planning and Investment. From the organizer, please welcome Ms. Chun Chae Ran, Senior Vice President and Head of SK Vietnam. Please welcome Mr. Yu Chae Wook, Vice President and Chief Representative of SK Hanoi. Please welcome Mr. Hồng Trương, Senior Investment Director of SK Ho Chi Minh. From our partners and guests, please welcome Mr. Đỗ Tiến Thịnh, Deputy Director of National Innovation Center. Please welcome Ms. Nguyễn Thị Diệu Hằng, CEO of BSSC, Vice President of YBA, SKSF Program Partner. Please welcome Ms. Trương Lý Hoàng Phi, Chairwoman and CEO of IBB, Vice President of YBA, Founder of BSSC. Please welcome Mr. Lý Quý Trung, Chairman of LQT Modern Entrepreneur Institute. Please welcome Mr. Khôi Nguyễn, founder of Good Story Time. Please welcome Mr. Vinny Loria, Managing Partner of Golden Gate Ventures. And please welcome Ms. Phương Trần, Principal at Wavemaker Partners, C and Vietnam Venture Capital. We would like to warmly welcome and thank our mentors. Please welcome Mr. Trần Hữu Nam, Chief Representative Vietnam at Eastbridge. We would also like to welcome and thank our partner from BSSC, Do Ventures, Grab, Jungle Ventures, Next Trends, Think Zones, and Vina Capital Ventures. And last but not least, we would like to extend a special welcome to our partners, startup, and everyone who are joining us today. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, and now, let's look back the SKSF 2023 journey with a short video.
"2023. Our world enters the game with an unprecedentedly optimistic outlook in terms of innovation. Technologies that will blow your mind. Inventions that soon alter global perception. The emergence of increasingly clever and precise generative AI entities. SK Startup Fellowship In its fourth year, the annual Startup Acceleration Program run by SK Group, the second largest conglomerate in South Korea, with purpose to discover and support potential early-stage startups, build a long-lasting relationship with the SKSF Alumni Network, demonstrate a long-term commitment of SK Group to social responsibility in Vietnam.
Food security in over the world is really also the big problem based on climate change. FoodMap is a startup combined information technology, IT and agri-tech. So many opportunities to develop, and not only in Vietnam but also in Southeast Asia, or bring Vietnam agricultural products to the world.
From almost 200 applications across a wide multitude of sectors, SKSF 2023 program selected top 10 fast-growing startups to become the 4th batch fellows.
TIυπάρχM is a tech-based logistics company in Vietnam.
Camero is a B2B F&B e-supplier.
It's a telehealth platform to bring convenience to clients as well as cost containment strategy for the payers.
These fellows have displayed unrivaled and outstanding competitive edges in their respective fields.
OnMic is a social audio content platform where words open at eye close. We are making sounds more interesting.
We convert biowaste from food and beverage industry into bioplastics.
WeCare is a B2B industrial supply distributor. We provide materials, hardware to manufacturing industries.
Having stellar R&D capabilities with patented, highly integrated core and deep technology.
Rostec is a robotics company. Our core product is a solution including autonomous mobile robots, fleet management system, IoT modules, and also application targeting warehouse and factory users.
Led by founders with strong expertise and practical business mindset.
We focus on B2B trucking, and we build the ecosystem of supporting services around the truck driver.
We are the bridge between traditional toy maker and AI plastics technology.
We bring convenience, transparency, price, and quality competitiveness to our customers.
Developing business and social environment solutions that create positive environmental social impact and generate high economic returns.
Our bioplastic solutions are fully biodegradable in the nature environment and 100% bio-based.
After 3 years right now, we have 800 over units. We are serving 1,500 tenants. The revenue increasing 300% per year. This year, we will reach around 1.9 million USD revenue.
Demo Day. Ignite innovation. Inspire the world.
I think this is a great preparation for us.
Startups can learn and receive lots of support from this program.
3 winning startups will each receive $50,000 non-equity grant.
Apart from all the mentorship we receive, we also can access to the potential resource of SK Group to accelerate our growth.
We believe in the benefits the program can provide, including mentorship, networking, training, workshop, and invaluable learning experience.
The remaining 7 fellows will each receive $15,000 non-equity grant.
The theme of this year is very in line with the sustainability focus of our business.
There is a need to get our message across, our platform across to everybody, and SK platform is a perfect example to do this. Any startup in the top 10 are very unique in their own.
This is going to be like fairly even chance for everybody.
We really confident to be in top 3.
If we can be among the top 3, that would be super great, and we will be super appreciated.
Confident to be win.
Are you excited? Welcome to SKSF Demo Day 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, to understand more about the SKSF program, I would like to introduce Ms. Jun Chae Ran, Senior Vice President and Head of SK Vietnam, who delivers the opening speech for today. Please welcome.
Thank you, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Demo Day event of SK Fellowship Program 2023. I am Chaeran Chun, I'm Senior Vice President and I'm Head of SK Vietnam right now. And I'm honored to have a few words today as we come together to celebrate the culmination of this year's SKSF program. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to all the talented startup founders who have participated in this fellowship program. It is truly remarkable to witness the exceptional ideas, passion, and dedication that each of you has demonstrated throughout this journey. So SK Group firmly believes in the power of innovation and collaboration. That's how we grew over the past 50 years or so. We understand that startups play a vital role in driving economic growth and societal development. That is why we established the SK Startup Fellowship Program here in Vietnam as well, to provide aspiring entrepreneurs with the necessary support, resources, and mentorship to turn their ideas into successful businesses. So over the past few months, these bright minds have been guided by industry experts, undergone rigorous training, and refined their business models. Today, they're ready to showcase their innovative solutions to some of the most pressing challenges of our time today. So from cutting-edge technologies in AI and robotics to sustainable solutions in materials and healthcare, these startups represent a diverse range of industries and sectors. They have potential to disrupt traditional business models and revolutionize industries and make a positive impact on society. So in spite of the challenges posed by the current economic downturn, the SK Startup Fellowship 2023, fellows have demonstrated unwavering commitment and adaptability. They have shown us that innovations has no boundaries, and even in the face of adversity, great ideas can flourish. So as we gather today, let us celebrate the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship. Let us recognize the immense potential that lies within these startups. And let us give our support and encouragement as they embark on the journey towards success. I'd like to take this moment to also express my gratitude to mentors, advisors, and partners who have generously shared their expertise and support throughout this program. Your guidance and mentorship have been instrumental in shaping these startups into growing to where they are today. I am confident that ideas and solutions presented here today will inspire us everyone and contribute to a brighter future. So thank you once again for joining us at this momentous event. Let us enjoy the presentations of tomorrow's leading companies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, to understand more about we are honored to have a very special guest to have a welcome speech to all of us today. Mr. Trần Duy Đông, Vice Minister of Planning and Investment, please welcome.
Thưa quý vị đại biểu là đại diện cho lãnh đạo tập đoàn SK tại Việt Nam, thưa toàn thể quý vị đại biểu, quý vị khách quý. Hôm nay tôi rất vui mừng được thay mặt lãnh đạo Bộ Hoạch Đầu tư được mời tham dự cái sự kiện SK Startup Fellowship năm 2023. Thay mặt cho lãnh đạo Bộ Hoạch Đầu tư, tôi xin chúc mừng tập đoàn SK, trong đó có SK của Việt Nam, cũng như toàn thể quý vị đại biểu đến đại diện từ các quỹ hỗ trợ đổi mới sáng tạo, các quỹ đầu tư mạo hiểm, các doanh nghiệp khởi nghiệp và đặc biệt là các startup đã được lựa chọn vào cái buổi chung kết ngày hôm nay. Thưa toàn thể quý vị, như chúng ta đã biết thì trong thời gian vừa qua rồi chính phủ cũng có nhiều cơ chế chính sách để thúc đẩy các cái hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo của chúng ta, và các kết quả đạt được thì cũng rất là tích cực. Theo cái báo cáo của chỉ số đổi mới sáng tạo toàn cầu GGI vừa mới công bố vào tháng 10 2023 thì Việt Nam hiện nay có cái thứ hạng được cải thiện, duy trì ở vị trí thứ 2 trong nhóm các quốc gia thu nhập trung bình thấp và xếp thứ 46 trên 132 quốc gia, tức là tăng được 2 bậc so với năm 2022. Và Startup Ring năm 2023 thì cũng đưa ra cái báo cáo và cho thấy là cái hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo ở các thành phố lớn của chúng ta cũng có những cái chuyển biến tích cực. Ví dụ như Hà Nội và Hồ Chí Minh thì được đánh giá là tiếp tục có tiềm năng và cũng góp chung vào cái vị trí là chúng ta đưa lên đứng thứ 58 trên thế giới theo cái báo cáo của Startup Vinh năm 2023. Rồi chúng tôi cũng thấy là mặc dù có những khó khăn chung của thế giới, kinh tế thế giới rồi kinh tế Việt Nam, mà các cái khoản đầu tư mạo hiểm, đầu tư vào các cái startup của chúng ta cũng tăng dần trở lại. Ví dụ chúng ta thấy là năm 2022 thì chúng ta đầu tư vào mạo hiểm khoảng 634 triệu đô. Nhưng đến năm nay thì chúng tôi dự đoán khoảng đạt được 1 tỷ đô la. Thì đây cũng là những cái con số rất tích cực trong bối cảnh chung như vậy. Rồi bối cảnh chung thì quý vị đã biết thì Việt Nam cũng thực thi nhiều các chính sách để hỗ trợ phát triển kinh tế, ổn định kinh tế vĩ mô và đặc biệt là thu hút lại các nhà đầu tư nước ngoài FDI. Và Bộ của chúng tôi cũng vừa mới công bố năm nay thì đến tháng 11 năm 2023 thì cái số liệu thu hút vốn đầu tư trực tiếp nước ngoài thì cũng rất là khả quan. Chúng ta tính cái số giải ngân đấy, số thực tiễn đấy, thì đến hết tháng 11 là khoảng 20,25 tỷ đô la. Đây là cái số FDI giải ngân cao nhất trong cả giai đoạn 2018-2023. Đây cũng là cái con số rất tích cực về bối cảnh chung toàn cầu FDI. Rồi trong cái đầu tư FDI thì các nhà đầu tư của Hàn Quốc thì luôn luôn là có các dự án đầu tư quy mô lớn, cũng luôn luôn là dẫn đầu trong cái đầu tư của Việt Nam. Thì trong đó có cái tập đoàn SK cũng đầu tư rất tích cực. Và hiện nay các cái dự án của SK đầu tư tại Việt Nam chúng tôi đánh giá là cũng hoạt động rất có hiệu quả. Bộ Kế hoạch đầu tư thì chúng tôi cũng đánh giá cao tập đoàn SK. Ngoài các hoạt động như chúng tôi vừa nói thì cũng hỗ trợ thêm cho Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia của chúng tôi hoàn thành xây dựng cái Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia NIC tháng 10 vừa qua vừa hoàn thành ở công nghệ cao Hòa Lạc. Đây là một cái trung tâm được thành lập với cái mục tiêu là thúc đẩy hỗ trợ hình thành cái hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo ở Việt Nam. Thì trong đó có cả những cái doanh nghiệp khởi nghiệp sáng tạo. Về cái chương trình SK Startup Fellowship thì chúng tôi thấy đây là một chương trình hết sức có ý nghĩa, được tập đoàn SK tiến hành từ năm 2020. Và trong cái thời gian vừa qua thì chúng tôi cũng được biết là chương trình cũng đã hỗ trợ tích cực được cho 37 startup của Việt Nam, hỗ trợ ở các mức độ khác nhau. Và đến hôm nay ở cái buổi Demo Day thì chúng tôi cũng được biết là có 10 startup được lựa chọn từ hàng trăm hồ sơ trúng tuyển và cũng làm việc hết sức tích cực với các mentor rồi các cái nhà đầu tư trong 6 tháng vừa qua. Và tôi được biết là sau cái buổi hôm nay sẽ công bố 3 cái startup xuất sắc nhất. Như cái video clip chúng ta thấy sẽ được nhận được hỗ trợ từ tập đoàn SK. Nhưng mà quan trọng hơn nữa thì sau cái được lựa chọn này thì chúng ta tiếp cận được các cái quỹ đầu tư. Đấy, không chỉ của hỗ trợ tới SK mà các quỹ đầu tư. Và chúng ta thì ước mơ thì cũng không nên khiêm tốn. Biết đâu rằng SK được chọn hôm nay lại trở thành unicorn trong tương lai. Thì chúng tôi cũng thấy là cái sự kiện nó rất có ý nghĩa. Về phía Bộ Kế hoạch đầu tư thì chúng tôi với cơ quan quản lý nhà nước về doanh nghiệp, trong đó có cả doanh nghiệp nhỏ và vừa, về môi trường đầu tư kinh doanh thì chúng tôi sẽ cam kết là sẽ tiếp tục hoàn thiện cái môi trường đầu tư kinh doanh thuận lợi nhất cho các nhà đầu tư, không chỉ các nhà đầu tư quy mô lớn mà kể cả các startup mà như chúng tôi đang mong muốn làm. Ví dụ như cái việc hình thành cái Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia là cũng mong muốn góp phần của Bộ Kế hoạch đầu tư vào cái thực hiện cái mong muốn này của chúng ta. Rồi chúng tôi cũng đang xây dựng các cái hỗ trợ để cho các startup có thể đặt các cái văn phòng hoặc xa nữa đặt các cái trung tâm nghiên cứu ở Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia của chúng tôi tại NIC, thông qua việc hỗ trợ về các cái kinh phí đặt văn phòng, hỗ trợ đào tạo, hỗ trợ tư vấn, và quan trọng hơn nữa ở đây là đó là cái nơi mà chúng ta có thể kết nối giữa các cái nhân tố của hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo, từ các startup đến các quỹ đầu tư, đến nhà đầu tư lớn, đến viện trường và các cơ quan quản lý nhà nước. Thì chúng tôi cũng đang mong muốn như vậy thì sẽ góp phần hỗ trợ. Thì qua đây thì chúng tôi cũng đề nghị tập đoàn SK cũng như các quỹ đầu tư, các nhà đầu tư thì tiếp tục góp ý rồi phản biện các cơ chế chính sách cho chính phủ, cho các bộ ngành liên quan để làm sao chúng ta hoàn thiện cái cơ chế chính sách, cái thể chế về thu hút đầu tư, đặc biệt là đầu tư trong lĩnh vực đầu tư mạo hiểm, trong lĩnh vực hỗ trợ cho các startup để làm sao mà chúng ta có các cái startup rồi từ đó để có các cái doanh nghiệp quy mô lớn có cái chỗ đứng ở trên thị trường quốc tế, qua đó cũng nâng cao cái năng lực cạnh tranh của doanh nghiệp Việt Nam nói chung cũng như là nền kinh tế của Việt Nam. Một lần nữa tôi xin chúc mừng tất cả các startup đã tham gia và đặc biệt là chúng ta sẽ được vinh danh 3 doanh nghiệp startup có thành công và được lựa chọn trong chương trình này, và chúc sự kiện SK Startup Fellowship 2023 Demo Day thành công rực rỡ. Xin chân thành cảm ơn.
Xin được cảm ơn những chia sẻ từ ông Trần Duy Đông và xin mời ông nán lại sân khấu. Now, we would like to invite Ms. Chun Chae-ran, Senior Vice President and Head of SK Vietnam, to get on the stage and give thank you gift with flowers to Mr. Trần Duy Đông. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before coming to the long-awaited peace section of our fellows with the topic of acceleration during the difficult time, let us welcome our distinguished guest, Mr. Lý Quý Trung, President of LQT Modern Entrepreneur Institute, who will share his insight with us. Please welcome.
Khoảng 80 năm trước, vào năm 1942, trong cái cuộc đua xe đạp Đông Dương rất là đầu tiên, lần thứ nhất được tổ chức ở Việt Nam, thì có một cái sự kiện rất là ấn tượng đối với cái người hâm mộ cái môn đua xe đạp. Đó là cái coureur, cái người tay đua xe đạp người Việt Nam tên là Lê Thành Cát đã làm một cái chuyện rất là bứt phá. Có nghĩa là đua xe đạp như là mọi người biết, nhất là cái đoạn đổ đèo Hải Vân rất là hiểm trở. Trong khi tất cả các cái tay đua khác ở các quốc gia khác đều phải đạp thắng và cẩn thận giảm tốc độ, thì cái tay đua người Việt Nam là Lê Thành Cát lại tăng tốc, lại chạy nhanh hơn bình thường và chiến thắng, bứt phá một cái đoạn rất là xa. Đó thì sau cái cuộc đua này đó, thì là Lê Thành Cát được báo chí mệnh danh là Phượng Hoàng Lê Thành Cát, là vua đổ đèo. Tới khúc mà đổ đèo xuống dốc nguy hiểm như vậy, ai cũng giảm hết, thì ông chuyên môn tăng tốc và bứt phá. Hoặc là vượt rừng. Cái lúc mà vượt rừng ban đêm ai cũng phải chạy chậm và cẩn thận hết, thì Lê Thành Cát lúc nào cũng nhấn ga hết. Cho nên bứt phá, người ta đặt cái tên là Phượng Hoàng. Thì cái câu chuyện này sở dĩ tôi kể đó là nó có liên quan tới một phần, liên quan tới cái start-up, liên quan tới cái môi trường kinh doanh đầy thử thách, đầy khó khăn, nhiều biến động ở trên thế giới cũng như ở Việt Nam lúc này. nói một cách khác á, là càng khó khăn, càng có những cái lúc hiểm trở như vậy đó, thì ai dám tăng tốc, ai có đủ can đảm bứt phá thì là cái người chiến thắng rất là xuất sắc, rất là vang dội. Thì tôi cũng nghĩ rằng coureur Lê Thành Cát, cái lúc mà ông đổ đèo, ông tăng tốc bứt phá đó, không phải là cái sự bộc phát, mà là có cái sự chuẩn bị, một cái sự cẩn thận, có một cái tư duy tấn công như vậy trước khi ông đến cái đường đua, chứ không phải là bộc phát rồi tăng tốc như vậy. Đối với các startup cũng vậy. Trong cái thời kỳ khó khăn, trong cái thời kỳ mà nó có nhiều biến động như vậy, ai bứt phá, ai tăng tốc là sẽ bứt phá, nhưng mà phải có cái sự chuẩn bị, phải có sự cẩn thận, sự chuẩn bị. Vậy cái câu hỏi là sự chuẩn bị, cái sự cẩn thận, sự tính toán đó nó như thế nào? Nó phải như thế nào? Thì trong cái khuôn khổ của cái buổi chia sẻ trong vòng 10 phút thì tôi xin trình bày một vài cái ý mà với cái nhìn rất là chủ quan của tôi muốn chia sẻ với các bạn startup. Cái điều thứ nhất là tuy là phải tăng tốc, phải đi nhanh, phải bứt phá, nhưng mà phải rất là cẩn thận, phải rất là tiết kiệm, phải rất là focus, rất là tập trung. Như vậy thì nghe có vẻ rất là mâu thuẫn, vừa đi nhanh vừa phải phát triển kinh doanh, nhưng mà lại vừa phải tiết kiệm. Phát triển kinh doanh, tấn công thì nó phải tiêu tiền, chứ nó phải xài rất là nhiều tiền, thì làm sao tiết kiệm được? Thì tôi nhìn tiết kiệm ở một cái góc độ khác. Thí dụ về đầu tư, thay vì đầu tư dàn trải, đầu tư nhiều cái khía cạnh, nhiều cái chuyện, nhiều cái công việc, nhiều cái mảng mà dàn trải, thì mình nên focus, mình nên tập trung vào những cái thế mạnh của mình, vào những cái mảng nào mình mạnh nhất, vào những cái sản phẩm nào mình mạnh nhất, vào cái đối tượng khách hàng nào mà quý nhất, quan trọng nhất trong lúc này. Nói cách khác là kinh tế khó khăn, mình phải liệu cơm gắp mắm, mình phải tính toán rất là chọn lọc. Thì nếu làm được việc này đó thì mình đã tiết kiệm được rất nhiều cái sự lãng phí. Tôi có một cái thí dụ khác là về ứng dụng công nghệ chẳng hạn. Ai cũng biết cái xu thế là phải ứng dụng công nghệ vào trong cái mô hình kinh doanh của mình. Cái đó là xu thế của thế giới, và nó rất đúng. Thậm chí tôi thấy, tại tôi trong lĩnh vực F&B, thậm chí tôi thấy nhà hàng, khách sạn bây giờ đã xài robot rất nhiều rồi, robot. Thậm chí có những khách sạn từ tiếp tân, rồi bartender, rồi barista, pha chế cà phê cũng đã xài robot rồi. Còn một cái khách sạn ở bên Úc, ở Sydney, đã xài robot. Thế cái người busboy, thế cái người waiter đưa đồ ăn ra vô dọn chén dĩa rồi. Thì cái đó là xu thế. Nhưng cái thông điệp mà tôi muốn gửi tới các bạn ngày hôm nay là phải chọn lọc. Không phải cứ công nghệ là xuất sắc, mà phải công nghệ đúng, the right technology for the right solutions. Phải công nghệ phải giải quyết được cái việc cụ thể, hiệu quả, đem lại cái lợi ích từ doanh thu hoặc là cái phát triển đường dài. Và quan trọng là phải được khách hàng đánh giá cao, chứ không phải là thời thượng. Không phải là người ta áp dụng công nghệ này, mình cũng phải có công nghệ đó. Không phải là ai cũng có app rồi mình cũng có app. Mình phải đặt cái câu hỏi là mình có thật sự cần nó hay không. Thì khi mà thật sự mình sử dụng đúng cái đầu tư, đúng công nghệ, có chọn lọc như vậy, đúng cái việc mình cần, thì các bạn đã tiết kiệm được rồi. Tôi muốn nói một cái ý khác nữa. Nó liên quan tới công nghệ. Dù là xã hội, dù là thế giới có văn minh, có tiến bộ, có công nghệ hóa, có khoa học kỹ thuật, có trí tuệ nhân tạo, có phát triển đến đâu đi nữa, cuối cùng trong kinh doanh cái service là quan trọng nhất. Cái dịch vụ là quan trọng nhất. Công nghệ rất cần thiết. Nó cho khách hàng cái sự tiện nghi, nó cho khách hàng cái sự tiện lợi, hiệu quả. Nhưng cái service, cái dịch vụ nó cho khách hàng cái cảm xúc, cái tình cảm. Nó xây dựng cái sợi dây tình cảm giữa khách hàng và doanh nghiệp. Nói một cách khác, nó xây dựng thương hiệu. Cái dịch vụ, cái service đóng góp một phần rất quan trọng trong cái vấn đề xây dựng thương hiệu. Mà như mọi người đã biết, xây dựng thương hiệu là một cái công việc sống còn của một doanh nghiệp. Cái thương hiệu là gì? Thương hiệu là trong không khí. Nó là tài sản vô hình, nhưng mà có khi nó rất lớn so với tài sản hữu hình. Nhưng mà cái đó là cái mục tiêu cuối cùng của bất kỳ doanh nghiệp nào, có nghĩa xây dựng uy tín, xây dựng tình cảm, xây dựng cái mối quan hệ với khách hàng. Cái service, cái dịch vụ làm việc này rất tốt. Cho nên các bạn đừng có quên. Cái ngày hôm kia tôi có nói chuyện với một nhóm startup trẻ. Thì cái nhóm này có chia sẻ là bây giờ kinh tế khó khăn, cạnh tranh vô cùng khó khăn, ai cũng hạ giá hết. Đó. Mà nếu muốn làm chất lượng lên cao đó thì nó tốn thêm chi phí. Mà trong khi đang khó khăn thì ai cũng cắt giảm chi phí, siết chi phí lại. Đó. Thì nếu mà đi vào cái cuộc cạnh tranh mà về chi phí đó thì nó không biết về đâu. Thì chỗ này là service, là dịch vụ sẽ giúp. Một cái service, một cái trình độ service đang trung bình, đang khá, đang giỏi mà trở nên xuất sắc á, nó không có tốn thêm nhiều tiền. Nó không có tốn tiền. Excellent service doesn't cost any money. Và cái cuối cùng, time's up rồi. Cuối cùng tôi muốn nói về cái cash flow, cái dòng tiền. Làm kinh doanh thì ai cũng biết cái dòng tiền nó quan trọng, quản trị dòng tiền nó quan trọng như thế nào. Nhưng mà riêng startup trong cái giai đoạn này là cực kỳ quan trọng. Dù là ý tưởng mình có hay cách mấy, đội ngũ nhân viên có giỏi cách mấy, mọi thứ thuận lợi cách mấy, nhưng mà trên con đường đi mình bị kẹt về dòng tiền, mình hết tiền thì cũng thất bại. Cho nên là một cái startup founder thì các bạn phải lưu ý quản trị dòng tiền trong lúc này, trong cái lúc mà khó khăn. Nếu như trước đây đó là cái dòng tiền chịu đựng chừng 1 năm là ok, nhưng mà thời buổi bây giờ tôi nghĩ phải 2-3 năm. Phát triển bứt phá, tăng tốc càng nhanh thì quản trị dòng tiền nó càng quan trọng. Cái quản trị dòng tiền, cash flow nó giống như cái seatbelt vậy đó. Khi mình lái xe hơi mà càng tăng tốc đó, thì cái seatbelt phải càng chặt. Đó. Nó là an toàn. Đó thì để tóm lại cái bài chia sẻ của tôi thì tôi muốn nói là trong cái giai đoạn này kinh doanh nó hết sức là đặc biệt. Nhất là đối với các startup. Một mặt là vừa phải phát triển nhanh, dũng cảm, can đảm. Tại vì cá nó không còn là cá lớn ăn cá nhỏ nữa, mà cá nhanh ăn cá chậm. Một mặt là phải nhanh, nhưng mà một mặt phải cẩn thận, phải tính toán, phải an toàn, phải khôn ngoan, phải tinh tế. Hai cái này nó phải cùng một lúc. Nó giống như là cái người làm xiếc mà đi trên dây vậy đó. phải có cái sự thăng bằng. Nghiêng bên nào quá cũng té ngã. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Witrum, for your valuable sharing. And please stay on the stage. We would like to invite Mr. Yu Ji-wook, Vice President and Chief Representative of SK Hanoi, to get on the stage and give thank you flowers to Mr. Lee Witrum. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, representing young generation of startup founders, we also have another distinguished guest today to share his valuable insight with us. Please welcome Mr. KHôNG, founder of Good Story Time, who will share about grit in startup.
Hello everybody. How are you doing? Chắc hôm nay mình xin phép mình nói tiếng Anh nha, tại vì tiếng Việt mình cũng không rành lắm nha. Xin anh chị thông cảm nha. So I'm here in the presence with so many talented people. I love your presentation, Anh Trung. It was actually, I agree with everything you just said on that slide. So I'm actually a founder of a company. I'm sitting in the same seat as you guys are. It's been a really tough year for fundraising, and having SK do such an event, I think is really a great blessing for all the founders in the community. A little bit about me. I used to work at Sony and at Facebook, or Meta and Oculus, and I had a couple startups. I was blessed and privileged to be part of a couple of startups that sold extraordinarily well. But I want to ask the audience, so please, this is an open conversation. So what do you think is a critical skill for a founder? Can anybody tell me? Just tell me anything. How about I'll say something? Is it domain expertise? You think being really smart in a particular domain, is that important? Can I see some hands? A couple of hands. How about funding? Is that important? Everybody should be raising their hands on that one. Funding is very important, right? There's so many skills, there's so many things about a startup that requires all of us, right? All of us to either be an expertise, know something about it, or find somebody, right, to know about it, right? But one of the things I believe, this is my personal belief, and I think there's a few people who believe me, who agree with me. One of the most important things about a founder is grit. What is grit? Này dịch ra tiếng Việt cũng hơi khó nha. Grit, cái sự cố gắng phải không? Maybe, I think that's part of it. Lì, just, you don't care, you just go, right? Grit is something that actually hard to explain, but easy to see. Right? And I think you can see it around you. Everybody here has some degree, some level of grit. We've been through it, we've been through a lot, and we'll go through even more, right? But one of the things that you can look at is, let's look at our parents, let's look at our grandparents. What did they go through? What resolve did they have, the courage they have to get all of us in this room today, right? That's what you call grit, right? That resolve, right? That courage, that strength. You need this because, especially now in what you call the startup winter, where funding is really hard, you have to have grit. And just like Anh Trung said, 1 year of funding is probably not enough. You need to plan ahead, right? So, and part of it is having not only the financial backing, but the mental, the preparedness, right? The grit, because it's going to be tough. So I have a story about grit. I actually have lots of stories about my personal grit. I actually don't think I'm an extraordinary person. I really believe I'm an ordinary person. And I have some stories that I want to share with you today. I used to work with a person called, his name is Brendan Irib. He's my personal friend. We've been good friends for over a decade. He used to be my boss, right? Brendan didn't finish school. He went out, he did a startup, and he sold 3 amazing startups, right? And I had a lot to learn from him. And one of the things I learned from him was grit, right? A seemingly ordinary people can build something really, really amazing, right? So I worked with him at a startup called Gaikai about over 10 years ago. Was it 10 years ago? Yeah, about 10 years ago. And I joined the company, and we were a team of like 4 people. They included Brendan, who was the CPO, me, I was a lead engineer. We had another engineer on the team and a project manager, right? Really small team. But we were working with LG and Samsung at the time, right? And we were building this project, right? This product. And there's only 4 people, so what we did was we stayed up. This is very common, right? We stayed up to 5 a.m. in the morning every night. So guess who was with me during that time at 5 a.m. in the morning? All the founders went home. But it was me and Brendan late at night trying really, pushing really hard to get the project out, to get it done. And I remember at 5 a.m., at the moment I was an engineer, I was coding, I was thinking really hard, getting tired. And Brendan said, "Hey, can I help? Can I code?" Brendan hasn't coded in over 15 years, right? And what he did was he took out a keyboard and both of us worked on the project together, right? He's a product person. Was he doing coding, right, at the middle of the night? But that was what was required, right? That was the grit, right? Being able to push and to do things that we ordinarily may not do, right? But just to get the job done, right? And so, one more thing I wanted to share with you was sometimes as a founder of your startup, you're going to do things that you've never done before. You're going to do things that you may feel that it's beneath you. Like this is not, I didn't sign up for this. Guess what, guys? You are a founder of your company. You signed up for everything, right? So what I tell my team all the time is that there's something that you can't do, I will have to do, or I have to find somebody to do, right? You have to fill in the gaps. You have to be the glue. So I have a few things to share with you guys. I believe success is something that we can't predict, right? But you got to have domain expertise, right? You got to get your financial situation in order, right? You got to find the right customer. You have to find the right product. There's so many things that factors into success. But one of those other things that you guys absolutely is required of you is to be hands-on, right? To lead by example, and to remember that there is nothing that's beneath you. Anything the team needs you to do, that needs to be done, you'll probably end up doing it. But I want to say good luck today on all your pitches. And, I really believe that all the stuff I've seen so far is really, really great. I'm excited to see the pitches. And thank you very much. I have a video to show you that story about me and Brendan. I made this earlier this year to kind of show the story between myself and Brendan. And I'm building a platform to share stories. So this is part of it. But you'll see a little short video. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khôi, for your valuable sharing. And now, please stay on the stage. We would like to invite Yes, please stay on the stage. We would like to invite Mr. Yu Jae-wook, Vice President and Chief Representative of SK Hanoi, to get on the stage and give thank you gift with flowers to Mr. Khôi. Ladies and gentlemen, during the past 6 months, we have received a lot of support from the entrepreneur community in Vietnam. We have invited Vietnam top business people to participate in SKSF as mentor for the SKSF Top 10. They have advice for the fellow from the business model and business strategies to fundraising strategies which were based on the needs of the fellows. As for today, we also receive support from representatives from credible VCs. They will act as members of the judging panel today. And in order to express our sincere thanks to your support, we would like to invite our mentors and judges to get on the stage and receive thank you gift with flowers from our organizers. Please come on the stage. Mr. Trần Hữu Nam, Chief Representative Vietnam at Eastbridge. Ms. Nguyễn Thị Diệu Hằng, CEO of BSSC. Mr. Lý Quý Trung, President of LQT Modern Entrepreneur Institute. Ms. Nguyễn Đặng Quỳnh Anh, Chief Strategies Officer at Topbox. And please welcome our judges, Mr. Vinny Loria, founding partner of Golden Gate Ventures. Ms. Phương Trần, principal at Wavemaker Partners, C and Vietnam Venture Capital. Ms. Trương Lý Hoàng Phi, chairwoman and CEO of IBB, vice president of YBA, founder of BSSC. And we would like to invite Ms. Chun Chae Ran, Senior Vice President and Head of SK Vietnam, to give gift to the mentors and judges of SKSF 2023. Thank you, everyone. And dear everyone, before we move to the next part, Mr. Khôi Nguyễn still have a video would like to deliver to us, so please watch us.
Once upon a time, in a gaming startup hidden away from the limelight, two souls came together. They were Coy and Brendan, two ordinary men who found themselves sharing a journey that would weave into a tapestry of lifelong friendship. Here, my friends, is their tale. A seasoned game veteran, Coy stepped into the startup world, where he found his path crossing with Brendan, who recently sold his game UI startup. They were brought together by the wheels of fate, with Brendan leading Coy. As a project of significant magnitude approached, they found themselves burning the midnight oil. The office, in the quiet hours of the night, echoed with their determination. Brendan, in a show of solidarity, delved into the realm of code alongside Coy. They worked, the night turning into early morning, wrapping up the project just as the first rays of dawn peeked through. Their combined efforts bore fruit, and the startup found a new home under the Sony umbrella. In the aftermath of their success, Brendan embarked on a new journey with Oculus, a beacon in the VR landscape. Coy, even as their paths diverged, stayed connected. On a visit to Brendan's humble abode, Khởi was given a glimpse into the future. A future so compelling he soon found himself reunited with Brendan at Oculus. As time passed, they decided to step back, to follow the callings of their hearts. For Khởi, the siren song was from Vietnam, a place he had dreamt of calling home. With his beloved wife by his side, he embarked on this new journey. Brendan, meanwhile, found his calling in the adrenaline-pumping world of professional car racing. Their paths may have diverged, but the thread of friendship remained strong as ever. A spark ignited in Khởi heart, and he found himself founding a gaming company. Brendan was there, guiding him with sage advice as Khởi navigated the choppy waters of securing funding for his venture. His leadership at Good Storytime bore the imprint of Brendan's influence. As the chapters of their lives turned, Khởi and Brendan remained steadfast in each other's lives. Khởi held a deep gratitude for Brendan, seeing in him a mentor and a brother. Brendan reciprocated the sentiment, cherishing their friendship. As they continued on their respective paths, they stood by each other, a testament to a friendship that stood the test of time.
Thank you for such amazing video, Mr. Khôi Nguyễn. And now, let's welcome top 10 startups from the 4th batch of SKSF who will pitch and compete for top 3 today. Please give a big hand to welcome On Mic, We Care, IC2 Digital Health, Only Technology, Foodmap Asia, Camarillo, Rostec, A Plus Home, Eco Truck, and Bioplastics. Please everyone give a big round of applause for our fellows. And before our main section begins, allow me to brief the format of the pitch and scoring guideline. Each startup will have 5 minutes to pitch and 5 other minutes for Q&A section. The final score will consist of 70% from the board of judges based on today's performance and 30% scoring based on their participation during the last 6 months. To avoid any conflict of interest, scoring for the startup in which the judge has mentor or investment relationship will not be counted. And please note that in this section, our judges will also have a little challenge that asking questions within the time allowed. And before we begin, please welcome our judges. On the screen right now is our board of judges who are the decision makers on the winner of SKSF today. So dear our judges, now please move to the front round. Please move to the front round, Mr. Vinny Loria, founding partner of Golden Gate Venture. Ms. Phương Trần, principal at Wavemaker, partner C and Vietnam Venture Capital. Ms. Trương Liễu Hành Phi, chairwoman and CEO of IBB, vice president of YBA. Mr. Hùng Trương, senior investment director of SK Ho Chi Minh, and Mr. Yu Chae Wook, vice president and chief representative of SK Hanoi. And now, without further ado, the stage now is for our startups. So please give a big hand to welcome the first startup, On Mic. The startup prepare is We Care.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khánh, co-founder at On Mic. So, first, I have a question for you. Have you ever truly learned something valuable from online content? Probably, but not often, right? Because we are drowning in too much junk content. It's entertaining, yet it's empty and shallow, which causes a mental health problem called superficial learning. Like many, I was a victim because I watched more than 3 hours of TikTok a day. Then I tried to find a solution. I turned to podcasts and audiobook. And I discovered a whole new world of wisdom, knowledge, and insights without any distraction. Therefore, it motivated me to eventually become a podcaster. And you know what? Only within 6 months, my podcast was the top 5% most followed podcast on Spotify. That surprised me. And I want to understand why. People love my podcast because it's both deep and humorous at the same time, right? Now, looking at the bigger picture, research has shown that audio content has the ability to entertain and educate at the same time with minimal distraction and enabling focus and continuous learning. Inspired by my own journey and that fact, I founded OnMic, a social audio content platform designed to counter superficial learning and by focusing on edutainment. It's a blend of educational and entertaining audio content. Imagine every minute you listen, you become smarter, more informed, and a more interesting person. With OnMic, you can find all kinds of audio content from podcasts, audio movies and audio drama, book summary, and children's content. All are edutaining. For example, for children's content, we even talk about poop for children that can understand the importance of pooping. Yes, that's what we're doing. So why it must be us building OnMic, but not anyone else? First, we have the product founder fit, thanks to 10 years of domain expertise in content industry and consumer tech product. Second, we offer multiple ways of monetization for creators so that they have the motivation to create content on OnMic. They can even earn up to 82.1% of their sales of content on OnMic. Right? And actually, I have personal belief in audio content, but that belief must be justified by the market itself. And the market opportunity is quite lucrative. The total addressable market for audio content in Southeast Asia is more than $5 billion. And the service obtainable market in Vietnam is about $500 million. And the estimated global compound annual growth rate is around 22% by 2024. Yeah, a side note for Vietnam, Vietnam is becoming a car country, and public transport infrastructure is being completed. So that will facilitate the consumption of audio content. This year, we reached 200K users and 40K monthly active users, 45 minutes of average listening duration, and most importantly, our retention rate is 3.5 times higher than market benchmark. We make money in 4 ways. First one, freemium. Users pay $2.5 a month or $23 per year to get access to all premium content and without any ads. Pay as you go, we take 18% to 70% cut on the sales of single content. Virtual gift, we take 30% cut on any gift purchase. And the last one, brand collaboration. Since we are on audio content, our go-to-market strategy is platform pull strategy. We put our laser focus on acquiring and onboarding high-quality content onto the platform in 3 ways. We license and converting existing well-adopted content into audio format. Second, we produce exclusive original content. And last one, we built a community of audio content creators. We are raising $2 million to strengthen our position in Vietnam and also expand to another country and in Southeast Asia. And the fund will be allocated into content development, product and technology, user acquisition, and operation. I briefly introduced my team earlier, but it's a bit more detail about us. So Lam, the CTO and founder, has experience in building tech product in Japan and Vietnam. Me and Jung, we are in the same industry of marketing, communication, and content. So if there's one thing you can bet on, so bet on us. Thank you.
Thank you, OnMic. And now it's 5 minutes for Q&A.
Hi, thanks. Could you bring up your traction slide again? So for the 40K monthly actives, what did that look like in terms of getting it to 40,000 a month?
Okay, so we define an MAU is somebody who get on mic and listen at least 3 minutes a month. Yes.
And I'm just saying, like, how did you get those users? What is the? You talked a little bit about the marketing channels, but for the bulk of that, what has historically worked really well for you?
Okay, so basically when they get on mic, so we hook them with the content that they like. So our algorithm, we had a bit of AI, so we can recommend the right content to them. Yes.
Or like, are you paying for ads? Is it organic? Is it?
Oh yeah. So 70% is organic and 30% is from ads. Yes. So because why we can do this? Because we onboard high quality and relevant content to the platform, and we build a community of both users and the creator. So that's why we can achieve the 70% organic growth.
Thank you. And last question: what's your daily active users?
We are daily active user. My daily active user is around 2,000.
Thank you.
Yes.
I could like to follow the questions about the users.
Yeah.
I assume that right now you have a user, but they don't pay anything for you. And so how you can convert the people who use free into the people who paid money for you in the next 12 months? Yes.
Yes, that's a very good question. Thank you. So monetization is the key challenge for any startup, right? So we start as a free platform, and now our challenge is how to increase the number of paying users. And the first one, what we are doing, we gradually convert them into paying users by offer some small gimmicks. For example, we start engaging with the virtual gift first. That's a very easy way for you, for them, for me, to reward you as a creator if I like you. And the second step, we offer a trial package for them to try our premium and exclusive content. Exclusivity is our key strategy to get them pay for the content. Yes, and to let them pay for the content, we have two ways for them: pay as you go, or you can go for the subscription package. Depends on what they like.
Thanks for the presentation.
Okay, lady first.
Just curious, so I guess that your platform aims to be a mix between licensed content and user-generated content. And because licensed content, I guess, would be more diverse in more established platform like Audibles or Phonos, then I guess your unique selling proposition would be the user-generated content. So if you take 30% cut, and I guess not all the user would be incentivized to reward and pay gifts. How do you convince the KOLs or the content creator to be exclusive to you if the income is not guaranteed or substantial in the to start out with?
Okay, so to convince the KOL and the content creator on the platform, so we have special scheme for them. Basically, it's quite simple. So we don't take any cut from them for the first 6 months or 1 year. Yeah, so to incentivize them to go onto the platform first, to have good content first, and later we also take the cut and actually as special deals for them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have a question related to market size.
Yeah.
So in your slide, you show that there are about 18.6 million users potentially, which can be serviced in Vietnam.
Yeah.
But I imagine that that number of users, including the people listen to music and many other type contents. So specifically for on-mic, what will be your more practical estimate number of users you target to?
Yes.
That's the first question.
Yes.
The second question is that when can you expect at which side of the number of active users your company will be break-even?
Okay, thank you, An. So for the first question, so that number is actually only people who listening to audio content without music. That I based on the We Are Social Report 2022, and they got that number already. So this is the number for audio content only, without music. Yeah, so that first thing. And the second thing, for the MAU, so we have a roadmap. So in the next year, we want to increase the MAU into 200K MAU, which means that we may have 1 million users in the next 12 months. Yes.
Thank you, On Mike, for your question, and that is also the time's up for Q&A section.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now please welcome the next startup, We Care. The startup prepared is IC2.
Hi everyone. Thanks for being here with us today. I am Khởi, CEO and founder of WeCare. So WeCare is a B2B industrial supply distributor. We provide materials, hardware to manufacturing industries. Our strategy is to use data and technology to achieve operational excellence in the industrial supply chain. The manufacturing market in Vietnam is growing strong. Expect more than $300 billion US. Especially Vietnam is now one of the top destinations for investment and production relocating from China. At WeCare, we target 4 industries: construction, furniture, textile, electronics. 4 of them are expected to reach $300 billion US in the next 5 years, so which create $150 billion US for input material, which is the market size for industrial supplies. The industrial supply market is traditional with limited investment on technology or innovation. Market problems are fragmentation and complexity in supply chain management. Business owners have to deal with thousands of products, hundreds of suppliers. Among all of this, they have to control on supply chain related issues such as price, quality, delivery time, and service. Our solution: we aggregate varieties of products to supply to our customers. And also we ensure all supply chain related issues are well controlled. It's nearly too impossible to do this without the support of data and technology. So again, our key strategy is to achieve operational excellence using data and technology. So talking about operational excellence, it means we need to understand the market behavior, translate this into working process, and empower this with data and technologies. This is an overview of our working process. Inside, we have built and digitalized hundreds of processes and sub-processes. Could be categorized in 3 areas: supply chain, sales, and finance. With a highlighted feature that we already built, such as auto procurement plan, customer scoring, auto sales opportunity detection, or auto payment reminding system. This is one demo of one of our working process called supply chain direction. On the top chart, you can see product scoring, so also called supply chain scoring. It combines data from customer side and supplier side. On the customer side, you can see the customer who has purchased from us, the one who has not, and the reason why. On the supplier side, you can see our supplier, our competitor, and their prices. So we collect data, analyze the data, and give recommendation back on the daily basics, how to improve its supply chain. So we build the whole technology, it's not only for distribution, but also for a bigger ecosystem. In our medium-term plan, we want to expand more product and service to enhance the value added to our customer. We plan to have an ERP system for our customer, especially financing options for customer and supplier. In the long run, we are strongly believer in the power of data. So we want to empower the entire industrial supply chain with data. This is our founding and management team, people who experience in supply chain and technology. But what's to mention is the collective contribution of the whole 100 people in the team right now. So it's been a 3-year journey so far. We believe that we're on the right track. We are leading 4 provinces in the central of Vietnam. Expect to reach $4.1 million this year, making nearly 40% of growth, despite of the economic crisis. There's also some other matrices that we also proud of. We already serve 2,000 customers, manage 5,000 products, able to deliver nearly 20,000 items order per month. Somehow can show how robust and the scalability that our current system can handle. So that's a brief of our story. Thanks.
Thank you, WeCare. And now it's time for Q&A.
Thank you. Is there a similar comparable to your service in another market?
Yes, in 7-8 years ago, there's a lot of player in India. I think nowadays there's like 4 or 5 unicorn in India. Last 3-4 years, I think the inspiration go to Indonesia. So there's maybe more than 10 investment in Indonesia. Yeah.
What would be the names of some of those companies in India or Indonesia?
Yeah, in India, I know Moglis, Zwork, be to infra market. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the three names that I know. I don't remember the name in Indonesia.
Okay, I'd like to understand that your main target customers in terms of like size of the business and variety of the supply they need, something like that. So that we can understand like what kind of extendability you have on this business.
What kind of
extendability, like potential to extend the business?
So this is so again the market size of the market is about like more than $100 billion US. So it's a really big market. We can segmentize it into industry. We can segmentize it into product categories. So we have detailed segmentations of our total market, and we make priorities for each segment. Currently, we are targeted to direct materials, but not main materials, and focus on the central.
So if you give us a typical profile of your main customer, then how is it going to be?
Yeah, for the customer segmentation, we have like three segmentation. First is retailer shop, so people call mom and pop shop. Second is small to medium factories, and third is big factories. So currently, we are serving mom and pop shop and small to medium factories.
I could like to follow in the questions about the customer. Yeah. Can you share a little bit about the strategy for marketing and acquire a new customers in the next year? And the second one is why you start in Quy Nhơn, Bình Định, not in Ho Chi Minh City or the Hanoi? Because you can see many startups when they think about the business, they think about the big city, and why you start with the provinces is not very popular with the startup. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. First question is
the strategy for marketing and acquire new customer for your business.
So for marketing strategy, we have about like 5-10 channels, but currently we only use direct sales, so we haven't done any kind of marketing yet. The conversion rate currently is very high because like when we knock the door of our customer, maybe the conversion rate is 70%. So it's about how to improve the operation. So again, it's about operational excellence in this industrial space. In the future, if the operation is well, I think we can leverage more marketing channels such as Google Ads or telesales.
So what is the biggest challenge in operation right now?
So in this space, it's about procurement and logistics. So people call it just in time. So in order to manage like 1,000 or 10,000 of order every day, it's about how to arrange things go accordingly. And it's a technology, data and technology behind to make everything in order. Back to the question, why Bình Định, why Quy Nhơn? So first is there's no industrial zone there is, but industrial is not big in Ho Chi Minh City. So we need to go to somewhere else that have industrial zone. First, yeah, and I believe that in different industries, the market size is considerable, very bit or small. But in industrial, the market size is very big. So even in the central, I think that we can like become unicorn, even in the central. Of course, our dream is not limited in central, but only in the central we can be a unicorn already. Thank you.
And so this is where I was trying to understand the business a little bit more. So going to your website, would it be okay to explain it as an e-commerce site for building supplies and materials, construction? And so that model I'm familiar with, but in Indonesia, a lot of them have pivoted away from there. Ralali is one of the big ones. They've gone more into financing or procurement with agents rather than direct to the businesses. Why do you think that shift has evolved in places like Indonesia? So what it would tell me is businesses aren't buying directly from the website. So Ralali has had to offer other types of services, which is basically using traditional procurement with an offline agent, not buying it directly on the website, or doing financing for construction companies.
I don't quite get it. Let me make this way. So currently, people go to the website. I make the customer journey first. So currently, people go to the website. They check the price, but they still use traditional methods to deal with our salesmen. That's the customer journey right now. Why they go into us? Because back to the problem of the market is fragmentation and supply chain problem about price, quality, and delivery time. So we kind of have a whole package of solution for that. That's why they change from the traditional supplier to us. But they still most of the time they still go to our sales team to put the order. In the future, because we already have the power, the influence or power to our customer, so we already change the way they make payments. So now they make 100% of payment online, which already a big impact of this industry. In the future, we believe that we can ask our customer to go to our platform to make order and use all of the following services.
Thank you, We Care, for your answer. And that's also the time's up for Q&A.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, We Care. And now please welcome the next startup, IC2 Digital Health. The startup prepare is only technology.
Hi, I'm TIธ์M. I'm from Malaysia. I'm the founder of IC2 Digital Health. It's actually a telehealth platform that was formed less than 1 year ago, and for 4 main purposes: to create client convenience, to create cost containment, and to create a panel for home doctors. You know, we have all those home doctors with physician license, but without any clinic license, to act as a gatekeeper to prevent unnecessary visit to providers. And obviously the fourth, to be used as a pre-authorization tool for all hospitalization. In Vietnam, you can admit yourself to the hospital without any pre-authorization or pre-approved. We are going to change the landscape in that. So why another telehealth in Vietnam? Because during pandemic, we see a lot of prominence in telehealth, but post-pandemic, we are seeing a lot of telehealth being morphed into a physical clinic. Thereafter, doing basically health administrative works, as well as they abandon the telemedicine objective of a telehealth, right? Hold on. Okay, I mean, another challenge of a telehealth, a lot of providers are rolling out their own digital platform. So everything is negative, but why we go ahead and develop this? This is the reason why. Okay. Click and Cure, which is the platform for IC2 Health, is a subsidiary of InSmart joint stock company. InSmart is a leading third-party administrator as well as a managed care organization in Vietnam. And if you look at InSmart, InSmart is actually a full healthcare insurance ecosystem. We have the providers. We have about 600 plus providers, both state-owned hospital, private hospital, as well as clinic. And then we have the payers. We have 31 insurers as well as reinsurers. And then obviously the client. We have the corporate clients as well as individual clients. I will put pharmacy under the provider side, right? So why we have telehealth? We can incorporate telehealth as part of the service into the claim process journey of InSmart. So immediately, I'm actually tapping into the network and infrastructure as well as claim transaction of InSmart. If you look at it, we have active customers of 2 million, unique customers of 3.7 million, close to 4 million. Obviously, payers, we have 31, providers, we have 600 plus. So if you look at the claims, we have 1 million claims annually. And then if you break down into this claim, 650,000 goes into outpatient. And outpatient, you incurred 1.7 million per claim size, right? And then for inpatient, you're incurring 12 million. So comparing 1.7 million of a polyclinic claim size against a home doctors that goes through our platform at 300,000. You're basically looking at 1.4 million savings. Or let's say conservatively, we just put it 500,000. That equals to 650,000 times 500,000 is 320 billions of saving, you know, hypothetically, yeah. So, and for here, you look at claim size, we are incurring, processing almost close to 4,000 billions of medical claims. So these are the basic services that we provide for our telehealth platform, the normal online consultation, pre-authorization, home medical service, e-pharmacy. We are integrating with Longchow as well as Pharmacity. Remote health, we have IOMT device integrated into the platform. And like I said, the type of doctors on the platform, we have in-house family doctors as well as network providers of our current InSmart. Let me go through the revenue generation so that you can have a better understanding. So, if you look at it, our online consultation for corporate clients, it will be a very basic, you know, small ENT and so on. And then obviously we have a pre-authorization for all the IPDs and online consultation for the individual transactions. And obviously chronic disease management, health screening, CME training, e-pharmacy, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, IC2. And now it's 5 minutes for Q&A.
So thank you for your presentation. So I have my first question.
Sure.
So,
okay. Yep.
So what are your key competitive advantage against the other service provider in the market? Because I see that you also offer the similar service as the other startup as well. So
this is the key advantage. Oh, how do I? Okay. We have InSmart. InSmart, we have 1 million of transaction where we can actually tap into. And this, if you look at the 1 million transaction, as I just shared, every saving cost containment, especially during this current industry lean spell or negative growth in the insurance. Insurance are looking into the cost sustainability, right? And this, we can provide that type of service to the insurance. And if you look at the, okay, this is the metrics that I'm going to show it to you. This is the immediate advantage that no other telehealth can have. It's an immediate transaction. We are moving this transaction to create more value-added service for InSmart. Cost containment service and client convenience as well.
Thanks for your presentation. I'm curious to learn how do you plan to attract good reputation doctors, because that might affect the attractiveness of the premium, the policy from the insurance company as well. As a customer, if I know that I buy the insurance policy from a certain insurer that I have to go through a first line of defense with a telehealth, I want to make sure that the doctor there is good and not waste my time. So how do you attract good quality doctor into the platform? Okay,
we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have three types of doctors, in-house doctors. Then we have the doctors from, the home doctors. These are actually specialists, right? These are specialists working in the state-owned hospital, and there are some retirees as well. These are some of the well-known doctors, as well as doctors from InSmart panel. InSmart, we do have about 500 plus local hospitals in Vietnam, and these are some of the specialists and doctors and panel into the platform. So I have two purposes. One, obviously, like I said, is acting as a gatekeeper to prevent unnecessary visit. This one will be manned by all the doctors from, we call it the home doctors. Right now, home doctors, you cannot claim because there's no invoice. So I'm legalizing it by putting them into our platform. So then it can be claimed from your insurance, right? That's one. Or obviously, then we have the doctors from all the hospitals that is currently in InSmart. Obviously, like Winmec, Huanmi Group, Hong Group, and so on. So these are well-known specialists within this group of providers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand that you have a lot of users from InSmart to Click and Kill. And can you share a little bit about your revenue right now?
Okay, it's actually less than a year old, so it's truly a startup, Right now, obviously, we are continuing to internally testing the system, the platform. We are scheduling to roll out by early next year. And we are continuing to get the buy-in from the insurance providers, insurance and providers as well. So basically, if you look at the, the insurance right now is suffering, and all the insurers are going for cost containment. Previously, they don't believe in telehealth as a pre-authorization or to use this because it's a client journey disruption. When good times, you can because you have big policy, 20-30% growth of a new policy coming in to neutralize the claim loss. But when the growth is negative or very lean, then they have to look into cost sustainability, cost containment. And this is a tool for cost containment.
Quick question. Where do you think most of the value of the business lies? In Smart or Click Cure?
It's both. If you look at the Click and Cure, we are looking at pre-authorization. We are looking at online customers, these online consultations.
Telemedicine is 50% of the value of the business. Yes. Okay, thank you.
We still have about 20 seconds for the Q&A section.
Yeah, can you show me the last slide on the...
Last slide?
Yep. The one before, yeah, the top line.
Please.
Yep. So here I can see that the online consultation membership package is like $2 per pack. Can you walk me through
that will be meant by our in-house doctors for offering services for minor disease, allergies, ENT, and so on. And then obviously we have an online consultation for individual base, right? And pre-authorization. For pre-authorization, it's more towards, right now, for inpatient, everybody go directly to the hospital. And they are going to incur, they go to the clinic, they incur 1.7 million. Then they go to the hospital say, you better redo all your tests. So when you go for pre-authorization, you do not need to do that. We case manage every claims. So there's an immediate savings.
And thank you, IC2.
Right, thanks.
That time's up. Thank you, IC2 Digital Health. And now please welcome the next startup, Only Technology. The startup prepared is Foodmap Asia.
Hi everyone, we are Oli, and we empower AI consumer. Okay, hi everyone, we are Oli, and we empower AI consumer toys for every children. Do you know that there are more than 5 million children suffering from speech delay every year in just the US? It's one of the most common problems that our young children are facing, and it's getting worse and worse. And why is that? Before I answer, let me ask you a question. A show of hands, please. Can anyone here, how many of you here think that young children today are watching the screen too much? Please raise your hand. I saw many hands. Thank you. Exactly. Children are spending increasingly more time on screens, iPad, gaming, YouTube, you name it, right? It affects the speech and language development. So If left unsolved, our whole future generation of children will suffer, and then we need to do something about it. The problem might be hard to solve, but we figure one solution might be simple. So let's ask ourselves, before the tablets and the phone, what did the children play with? In your childhood, what did you play with? It's toys, right? We grew up playing with physical toys. So we want to leverage toys as the perfect tools to promote speaking and learning for children. Introducing AI Buddy, the platform for transforming from traditional toys to the AI toys to improve the speech fluency for children. So the children can engage in daily guided conversation with their beloved toys, with their beloved plush, and then they can share story, ask questions, they can talk to it, and then they can learn to speak a new language eventually. And the buddy itself can develop the healthy habits for them, like the bedtime stories, the bedtime routine, or the homework reminder, etc. To make the magic happen, we have 3 core components. First, the platform. Second, the base, and then the apps. Let me go through each of them. The platform, the Build Your AI platform, empower the toy maker, the toy company to customize and build their own AI character. All of our AI characters are optimized for children conversation, and we will integrate seamlessly into the physical device, the toy base. Talking about the toy base, it is the toy base is the hardware module. It has the built-in voice processing, Edge AI. It's optimized for conversation. It has the custom wake work, and it can handle a variety of different motion and sensors. And third, the app. Okay, there's a strong demand from parents to ensure safe and transparent conversation for their children. So, and they would like to track the growth milestone for their children. Today, what did my child say, the new words, something like that. So then the parent can also set schedule and then promote the customer topics for the learning. So this is important. We are not another toy on the shelf. We are a tech platform for toy companies to build and expand their product. We don't do manufacturing, just the platform only. Why they partner with us? Because we can expedite the time to market with innovation, especially in the age of AI, and most importantly, we give them the new source of revenue. Okay, and this is not a new project. This is a continuity of what we have been doing for more than 6 years. We are not amateur. We are veterans in this field. Our first product, the Masan Smart Speaker, is the #1 smart speaker in Vietnam with more than $1.4 million revenue. Our AI assistant, Micah, has more than 45,000 users. And then we also license our software service for major corporations like FPT, Toshiba, and Randong. Competitively, we have our patent-pending proprietary technologies. Our platform can replicate to mutable language and expand into the diverse toys lines. And most importantly, we have deep focus into board and AI and device for kids. My time is running now, sorry. Okay, so AI Buddy is a business with huge market size. The global smart toys market is $36 billion. And then we focus, our SAM is $7 billion with the smart home for preschool segments in the US. And as a US company, we will focus on direct engagement with local toy community there. Visit average product demo, Toys Fest, CES 2024, and in 1 month, 4 weeks from now, we launch our first crowdfunding campaign on Kickstarter. Please support us. Okay, we talk in this with many subscribers here, and we in negotiation with Miko. We have multiple revenue stream from different package, toy sale, subscription, and content sales. Our projection is $50 million in 2025 with only 2 major partners. Our founding team, we have great advisor, and sorry, time's up, but we want to be acquired by Apple or Disney. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now it's time for Q&A.
Thanks. So I'm trying to, you showed the doll, but then you said you're not in the manufacturing. So what is the product exactly? Is that an example of an external toy company that's using your technology? Yes. And then what is your technology? It's
like I said in the base, we have the whole hardware module with the framework, with the motion here. So anything that you can put in, and you can make the toy talk with it. So we optimize for the conversation and this and that.
But what are they buying? They're not buying hardware from you. You've written software to run on other people's hardware?
three things actually. First is they need a character, right? The kids cannot talk to anything besides the character. So they use our platform and they build a custom character, the AI character.
Okay.
Whatever they buy there or whatever they modify, it will run on our hardware immediately.
Okay.
Okay. And then on our hardware, we will provide them the schematic, the layout, everything. But the firmware belongs to us. So they already have their own OEM or some factory somewhere else.
Okay, so you're selling a service software which allows them to generate a character, and then you're selling them the schematics so that they can go get the hardware developed.
Yes, 70% correct. To be honest, so sorry, a little bit more. You know, it's not just about hardware or software. So for hardware, for example, you need to figure out a lot of things to make it work. For example, the location of the beamforming, the microphone array, all that, and the motion too, right? So we have experience with that because we build the device ourselves. Even Amazon Alexa, they don't build the device themselves. They license it to someone else. But we know it, so we know all the tricks on how to make it work perfectly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, chị.
Yeah, I think that many parents right now could like to talk with their children. They don't like their children talk with the AI buddy. What do you think about that? And the second one is I know you a lot of time about when you do Mica AI, and at that time you have an advanced technology in Vietnamese language. But right now, when you talk about the AI birdie, you focus on U.S. market.
Yes.
So why U.S.? Why you don't focus on the Vietnamese market for children in Vietnam? Why you start with the U.S.? And
Great
that's
question.
in my questions.
Thank you, Shakfi. Yes, I want to go with U.S. market because that's the biggest market. You know, U.S. account for 40% of the smart toy market in the whole world. And if you win the U.S. market, maybe SK or Korean, they can go with us. If we win the Vietnamese market, it means nothing, to be honest. No offense. Yes. And also, back to your question, yes, you're right. We will be building 5 or 6 years, we will win the Alexa for Vietnamese. And now the technology is growing fast, so we can apply to different language. So I think it's actually a plus for us. And I think that we need to step aside from that. But luckily, because we have the hardware and the AI integration, so that helps us a lot to give us a push in terms of speed. Yes.
Thanks for your presentation and a very meaningful initiative. As you are in the sales process with a lot of big guys in the US, that's encouraging. Just love to learn more about the sales cycle. What do you expect them to be? How long?
Yes.
And the average contract size?
Yes.
Thanks.
I cannot. Okay. Great question. Thank you, TIυπάρχM. Great questions. So we are in talk with Miko, right? They are smart toy. You can Google that. And then Miko is talking to us, and if the deal went through, we will provide them 250,000 units by October of next year. October next year. So you say that the deal cycle is about 10 months. But to be honest, I think that they are, because it's new now, the way I think is, we want to give the toy company, not Miko, but somewhere else, less than 2 months. So they can just buy our product framework and they just apply directly into that. And I actually prepare a funny video here, but I know so I'm running out of time. So if you don't mind, I can share with you the video that we have.
You said you sold software. Why is it referred to as units?
Oh, the units is belong to the. Okay, so how can I explain? Our business model is coming from two things, right? Right. Okay. So when they sell the units to the for the parents, they turn on the device, and Miko will pay us certain commission for sales. And then when the parent they apply, they go to premium subscription service, and then we can share the commission with Miko.
So it's not that they're placing an order for 250,000. What they're saying is we estimate we're going to sell over 200,000 of your, and you'll get a piece of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And how much does it cost for them to? How much does it cost for them to?
Hi. Sorry.
Them to adopt your platform to put your unit in the toy. How much does it cost for them?
Great. It depends on the quantity that you order. You know, usually hardware are very economic of scale, but for vehicle, for example, we can go. Our price is about $22 per unit, per extra unit that they put into their device.
So, which means that the minimum price of the toy would be more than $50 or so?
They're selling for $125 in the US.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Oli. It's time's up for the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very great. And now please welcome Foodmap Asia. The startup prepare is Camario.
Hello everyone, my name is Mai Nguyen. I'm a co-founder of Foodmap.Asia. So there is a famous named Alan Phan said, IT and agriculture is the future of Vietnam economy. And we are Foodmap. We are established 5 years ago, which is connecting IT and also agriculture. So right now we are the fastest growing agri-tech in Vietnam, which connect farmer and small producer with B2B and B2C customer. So what we do, we also tap into value chain and supply chain of agriculture in Vietnam. We trying to reduce middlemen in the supply chain for the agriculture product, and also we try to enhance the value of the product from farmer. So we can bring the more revenue and transparency and one-stop sale for the farmer, and we bring competitive pricing, high quality, and time-saving convenience for the buyer. So the first one, this is what we tap into the value chain of the product. This is some private label belong to Foodmap. So Foodmap not only working with the farmer, but some farmer we will OEM the product, and then we bring the new packaging, the new story to marketing we can easy to sell and marketing their product. So this is some product from the beginning until now, and some customer from the day one until now, they still love the Foodmap product, and they still loyalty with our platform and our product, such as honey and dry prescription, for an example. And for the B2C, we are the key partner of some e-commerce platforms such as Shopee, GrabMart, and even Lazada. Because Vietnam is a long country, there is a so seasonal fruit product, and depend on the season, we will partner with a e-commerce platform to help them sell their product across the country. So we are the key player to operation in fruit and fresh product. In B2B channel, we also supply our product not only into the MT, CVS, and Horeca, but also airline catering, such as Vietjet Air and Viettravel. Not only that, recently we also doing export because, for example, durian right now is $1 billion revenue for the fresh product in Vietnam. Not only for the China market, but also for the Europe and American. Based on some trade EVFTA between Vietnam and Europe. So this is the roadmap for the how we call my company is agri-tech, because we not only help them to sell their product, but also we trying to reduce time and reduce the process to bring the product from farm to the table faster and convenient. So all the application to operation from the procurement hub until the customer over here, all the app we code in by ourselves and we build by ourselves. So right now we have the Foodmap, and we have Demeter is a farm in IoT. Later on we trying to build another application is named like Operation Tech and Sell Tech. So this is some picture for our system. So up to now, after 5 years, we have more than 100,000 customers, and then we have more than 2,000 farmers and small producers We manage more than 1,000 SKU in across 30 provinces of Vietnam. So for the traction, we have 300% quarter over quarter growth. Last year, we hit 3.6 million US dollar in revenue. This is some award from the platform. This is our team. We have successfully raised 4.4 million US dollar. And this is the long run for the food map ecosystem. Right now we have food map. We already have the D-Track. D-Track is like an agency for the farmer. If the farmer don't want to OEM for our product, they can tell their story for the market. So D-Track will help them to build the brand, to build the marketing, and help them to sell in our platform. So D-Meter is some hardware and software to collect data and help our platform to understand more for the farmer. So Việt Nam, we target to, later on we will sell fertilizer and pesticide or even financing for the farmer. Our resale, we also target to, in the future, to help them tell their story closer to the customer. And FoodMap Consumer is the brand to all the private label of the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, FoodMap. And now it's time for Q&A.
So FoodMap Asia is a website app for consumers to directly order.
Yeah, that is one of the B2C channel.
And if B2B, you showed a lot of B2B customers, traditional, offline, Shopee, Lazada, Grab.
Yes.
If those are great channels, why go direct to the customer?
Because we started FoodMap with the B2C. Later on, some of them know about FoodMap brand and some of our product because we buy directly from the farmer. So right now we supply to the Bách Hóa Xanh that belong to the Mobile World Group or even Lotte supermarket.
Right.
So B2C is because we define that the behavior of the customer from wet market until modern trade, and the next will be internet, e-commerce. So e-commerce still burning money from our platform, but we try to keep, because we want to, with e-commerce, we can expand the brand across the country, not only in the region or in Ho Chi Minh City. Furthermore, e-commerce can be like, because I told that before, some of the product is really seasonal. So in seasonal, we can prepare.
But if you're a consumer, you're a grocery store, people are everything, perishable, non-perishable. You have to deal with giant FMCG. So your value becomes a minority of the sales. So you'd want to compete with Carrefour? And
yes.
That's your goal?
That is the truth. But right now, the traffic for the e-commerce is really big, especially in the flash day. And flash day, they can put so many things, even fresh product in their cart. And then when they payment, a different supplier will deliver spread order to the customer.
But your longer term goal would be then to build that you have it in the center. That's the goal, to be like a grocery store, online grocery store competing with major grocery stores?
Right now we're trying to target like a B2B2C. B2C is help them to branding. So we don't compete by pricing. So we supply for the B2B with good price. But in B2C, we will keep them understand more story. Or if they buy more in our platform, we can direct delivery. But they can find our product in another competitor.
Okay. I'll stop at. But so could you imagine like 2 years out, do you see more revenue coming B2B or B2C?
I think B2B.
Okay. Thanks.
So to understand more clearly, so your value added to your B2B customer is you add some like neat brand and design.
Yeah.
That's what you do. So
for the value chain, we added something like that. Yeah.
So what other like other value add to B2B customers you do like?
Also, like we reduce the middleman because we buy directly from the farmer and some whole buyer from the local province because of the product is normally from the province bring to the city.
So you buy product from farmers directly?
Yeah.
So you're not like work only as a platform. You work as a seller also, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so your revenue in 2022 is 3.6 million.
Yes.
What is the expected revenue for this year?
This year...
And, let me finish first. And what is your cost component at the moment? Like, are you making loss or profit? Yep.
Yeah, frankly speaking, we are making loss because during the team is spending for not only remain the platform, but also expand the product to sell to the market. Because the journey to sell the one product to the end modern channel is really take time, 3 to 6 months. And the revenue last year, this year, we target is remain last year, because during the crisis, so even the traffic in all the platform is reduced, not only FoodMap but also Lazada or Shopee or even Grab.
Yeah, I truly understand that supply chain in agriculture is very challenged, and so I could like to say congratulate for reaching this stage of your company right now.
Yeah.
But I have a question for you about the risk.
Yep.
What's the biggest risk in your business model? That's either the legal or the competitors or something else.
Last few years, the risk is because a fresh product selling time is really short. That is also the risk. But right now, the risk is even the farmer also, they live stream to sell their product. So the pricing in the market right now is really like a matrix. So we're trying to enhance our product by branding and marketing, but some behavior of the market, the domestic market right now, they sometimes just compare the price. Not unlikely US, if you go to Costco or go to Walmart, it's different price. They will understand that, but in Vietnam it's not. So that's why we switch a bit into export. So we are collaborated with Alibaba to focus more in export, because export right now is really, really potential. And we can use our data to work in with farmer and then help them export their product. Thank you.
Thank you, FoodMap Asia. And it's also the time's up for Q&A. Thank you. And now please welcome our next startup, Camerio. The startup prepare is Rostec.
Hi everyone, my name is Taku, CEO and founder of Camerio. We are the B2B e-commerce company in Vietnam. We are supplying mainly food ingredients for F&B business such as restaurant, hotel, cafe, supermarket, but we are also expanding to school, factory, canteen, as many as B2B customers who need food ingredient for cooking. I've been in Vietnam for 8 years. Before I was an investment banker, and after moving to Vietnam, I do our Pizza 4Piece as a COO. During my journey in the Pizza 4Piece, I found out there's a lot of inefficiency about food supply chain. Supplier deliver late, don't fulfill what I order, they mistake. So I tried to solve this problem for F&B business in Vietnam. We have around 200 members in the company who are tackling this big problem. About the market, restaurant market in Vietnam is second biggest after Indonesia with a 10% CAGR every year. However, the difference from the other market is Vietnam doesn't have so many big restaurant chains. Mostly the market is SME based. Those SME, they don't have power for purchasing, team of the big purchasing team, so they have all hassle buying from the web market and supermarket near there. So we started to build our in-house team of the tech, which is a website, a mobile app, where the SME business owner for the F&B can place an order, manage all the inventory and stuff. Again, the problem for the merchants in F&B, they don't have purchasing power because most of them are SME, and also they have to buy from the web market and supermarket, where pricing every day is changing, and also the price might be overvalued because of long supply chain. This is the last ideas about supply chain from the farming area to Ho Chi Minh City. There is at least 3 middlemen in between. However, those middlemen are also very small, so they buy and sell each other for both sides. So at the end of the day, there might be 3 to 5 or even 6 middlemen in between. What I'm trying to do is we are consolidating all the volume from the buyers and trying to build supply chain from upstream to downstream, directly buying from the farmers and producer. To work with the farmer, we own our upstream fulfillment center where we work with more than 100 farmers per day. All the farmers deliver to our warehouse, we deliver to Ho Chi Minh City over the night, and we deliver in the next morning to the customer to make sure the freshness of the vegetable, and at the same time, we manage the wastage in the supply chain. Here is our one of the 2 fulfillment centers for last mile delivery. We have 3 temperatures for the management, which is a cold, frozen, and normal temperature, and to manage the quality of the product and deliver to the customer by our own shippers too. We have 2 fulfillment centers to manage all the last mile delivery costs so that we can optimize all the variable costs to make the contribution margin bigger and bigger. Here is the competitive metrics compared to some of the competitors. We mostly compete with the web market already, who mostly don't own the inventory. They just go buy and cut the shopper, right? We trying to manage the whole supply chain to ensure the quality of product, try to have a competitive price and stable price as well. And the good things about us is also the on-time delivery rate is more than 99.5%. And also we have high fulfillment rate for the fulfillment. Here is some of the accomplishments we made. So we do have 2,000 plus business active monthly, and we normally are retained more than 90% every month. And we are at the warehouse level profitable, but not only about the warehouse level, but also part of contribution margin 3, we are also the positive too, which means from the operation we make money after the marketing and sales cost. So we still have some negative in EBITDA because of the headquarter costs, but we keep growing our 5 to 10% every month, even this year. So we're going to try to be EBITDA positive at the end of next year. And we launched from the 2019. We keep growing around the 200% plus every year. And so far we raised the 7 mil. We're going to try to keep growing to make the better food supply chain in Vietnam, to serve the F&B business in Vietnam better. Thanks.
Thank you, Camario. And now it's time for Q&A.
Okay. Do you also target franchise F&B business in Vietnam?
Right. We supply to some of the franchise business in Vietnam, but actually in Vietnam, not so many successful franchise cases in F&B. So we mostly supply to their original branch, or they do joint venture.
How much of your sales are off the web platform, but just over WhatsApp?
So right now, around 80% of orders is coming from app and website. Most of the SME are using website and mobile app. However, some of the big customers, like five-star hotel or big supermarket, they have built their own ERP system, which we cannot change their behavior, and that's fine because we do prepare the kind of importing function to convert the ERP to our format into our system.
The reason I ask is because in markets like Singapore and Indonesia, for a lot of these platforms, it still tends to be, the chef at a restaurant is really busy. Ordering on a website actually takes longer than this is what I need over WhatsApp.
I think it's a little bit the different perspective. I used to do also the restaurant in Vietnam.
Yep.
How the chef and the restaurant order now is still actually they order by phone. However, they write the order and take picture and send by Zalo, or just type in.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I mean by WhatsApp. Right. That's true. And that even with these e-commerce platforms like in Indo and Singapore, they still see that being the case.
Right. But basically, we try to convert them to order by our system, and actually they're happy with it because the most of them, I'm not sure about other market, but most of the chefs are actually young, like 20s, 30s. So they are kind of got used to ordering by Zalo and order by like Lazada and Tiki and stuff. So actually there is no much hesitation for using our app to placing order.
Okay.
Thanks.
So is your sales activity mostly focused on digital platform or offline?
Right. So we are taking a boss initiative, right? Because always the customer acquisition activity is both short-term and long-term, right? Long-term takes time. But we cannot rely on the long-term things only, because if long-term, we cannot grow in the short-term, right? So we do have short-term solution, which is our sales team talking to the customer, trying to onboard. It's like more push. But at the end of the day, what we want to do is we want pull, right? We want customer to come. To let customer come to us is basically we try to have branding. And that's going to be the moat we want to build in the future for long-term. To build that branding, basically we're going to do the bunch of branding event about like sponsoring the chef event or doing the SEO a lot, but it takes time. That's why we do have a mixture of the short-term and long-term.
The background of the reason why I ask you this question is the qualified, high quality F&B restaurant tends to initiate the contract offline because they want to see the product, they want to test the product. So, how does it go?
So for the contracts, basically, are only when we give the price term, the payment term, right? We make a contract, but most of the customer actually pay by cash. So with pay by cash, we don't sign the contract, and that's fine.
Thanks for your presentation. Just curious, what's the percentage of wallet share you are taking up in an average customer's spend?
Right, so it depends on the customer. We are in average around the 20 to 25% because we still do only our vegetable and meat and some of the dry goods, but we don't enter into the seafood import yet. So there is still the big room to increase the wallet share. To your information, on average, in the one customer ordering around 30 items per month. So which is already a good capture of the wallet share actually.
Yeah, I think that's a healthy number. Have you seen that increase over time? And second, what is stopping you from expanding to say seafood? Is it logistic capability or what is it? Thanks.
Right. So in terms of AOV and number of SKU compared to 1 year, 2 years ago, it's constantly increased year on year around 25%. And then seafood, actually we are preparing to launch in the first quarter next year.
About the logistic and supply chain costs, can you elaborate more about that? And
sure.
How many percent is the account on your revenue?
Right. So logistic costs actually are, we are kind of building the supply chain, which is kind of things like always a heavy asset, right? But actually, imagine like all the people in Vietnam, they have a bike. So we don't own the bike, right? So actually it's like asset for the delivery. So it doesn't have much depreciation or amortization cost. So roughly around the last mile delivery cost is only 4.5%. It's going down and down because our average order value is increasing now.
And thank you, Camario. It's also the time for Q&A. Thank you. And now please welcome our next startup, Rostec. The startup prepare is A+ Home.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you enjoy the pitch so far. So I'm Đoàn, CEO of Rostec, and Rostec is a robotics company, and our first product is autonomous mobile robots. But I'm happy to share with you that at this moment we are a lot more than that. And for ordinary people, we work 8 hours per day, 5 days per week. And in some countries, we are trying to push it even to 4. And for many repetitive, boring tasks, a robot can do a lot better than us. And in the factory, worker wage will be double in these decades. And also the rising in e-commerce, making a push into the labor force. So this autonomous mobile robot is the first product we spent about 2.5 years building the hardware and the fleet management system that allows us to manage the multiple robots at the same time. And after that, we lean toward building an IoT solution that allows our customer to monitor their overall effectiveness of their factory. And it also can be used to control the robots that allow the worker to interact with our robotic system without complex intervention or complex interaction. And at this movement, we are leaning toward building our enterprise application, including warehouse management system, manufacturing execution system, and some part of the ERP, enterprise resource planning. And what we're trying to do is provide a complete suite for any factories, and they can leverage their functionality, optimize their operation, and all of their investment will be benefit in the long term. And that's the reason why many of our customers, many of our startup fellows, they are talking about how can they survive at this moment. But for us at this moment, the question is how can we raise? Because if we don't do any sale, we have enough contract to finish for the whole next year. And here's some key competitive advantage, which is the customization service, comprehensive support, and inter-vendor integration. And Vietnam has about 800,000 companies, and 98% of it are SME. And the digitalization can bring about $30 billion to the economy. So it means that it's a huge potential for us to tap into this market. And our product, our robotics product, putting with the different brand from local or international. So we provide better service, more customization, and more efficiency, and it's accumulated to provide much better total cost ownership for our customer. And the business model is pretty straightforward. We sell the robots, we do customization and development, and also we do after-sales service, because in B2B markets, when you build some part of the solution for their customer, they always come back and asking for more. And last year, we tapped in about $190,000 US, and for this year, the value is about 700,000. And at this moment, we are profitable. We only have a team of 20, but we can handle multiple tasks by some techniques that we apply and that make us profitable at this moment. And here's our team. Ho and I, we are a long-term friendship. We have more than 10 years studying from when we was at a university. And Thành, we met when we was at Viettel Group. And they have, Thành and Ho has a leadership position before founding Rostec. And a part of that, I was a co-founder of the startup in the Silicon Valley before joining Rostec full-time. And we did money as a side project before actually physically founding Rostec in 2019. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rostec. And now it's time for Q&A. Who would like to have the first question for our startup?
Anyone curious about us? Any questions?
So your customers to date, 2023, they're in Vietnam or global?
So about like we are doing at this moment, we are doing both approach, one in the local market and two extend to another markets. We partner with FPT, we are subcontractor of them, and we're working with them building the robotic plus software solution.
So for local warehouse, what does that solution look like? What is the robot doing? What?
Can you be more
for a customer that you have here in Vietnam? That so I assume they're using a robot that you guys have developed in their warehouse. Like, what is it doing exactly?
They're doing warehouse operation for heavy duty tasks because our robot can carry up to 500 kilograms. So it means the worker can be unloaded from those heavy dangerous tasks. And also we are trying to tap into the e-commerce warehouse solution.
And so is it literally like what you see in the US, like robots driving around a warehouse and moving things around and there's not much human intervention?
Yeah, that's right. That's what we are trying to do. And one of the key advantage of it is the number 3 here, the inter-vendor integration. The customer don't have to have all the solution that we provide. We can take part of our existing solution, customize to meet what they need and integrate with their existing platform. It means that they will invest on demand. You don't have to put a lot of capital into a solution that is very hard for them at this moment.
And are there certain conditions where it is price competitive here in Vietnam for robot versus human?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because that is the reason that we want to go global. In Vietnam, labor cost is kind of cheap, and it's like when I work in Korea, right? 1 hour wage for ordinary person is about $9 to $10, but it's about like, let's say 50 cents in Vietnam. So that's why we are a bit early in Vietnam market, but that's why we're trying to diversify ourselves into the software side, meaning we can provide a solution for our customer at this moment, and in the future when they want to use our robot to like improve their productivity, to expand their business, we are ready.
So, so far, how many robots have you sold to the market?
Actually, it's about 25 robots.
And who are the customers?
It's a bit diverse. Some of them require us to sign NDA. Some of them pretty easy, like the Western University in Bình, they buy some of our robots.
And can you share what are their feedbacks?
Actually, they use the feedback is when they use robots, right? They want to optimize their operation, and they want to replace the human for some tasks. So the reason for them, actually, when they do invest, at first they will invest at a small scale, like 2 or 3 robots, and when they evaluate the performance, they buy more. So for us, some project we are close to the more to the second stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you expect
they see the efficiency, they see the productivity that the robot bring in.
Yes.
Yep.
So I saw that like your expected revenue in 2024 is over 1 million. So is that coming from your current customer, or like you expect to sell to the new customers?
Both actually, yeah. So we are hiring more position, we are growing our teams, and also at the same time, the business guy don't just stay, right? They have to bring more contract to us, so we continue to grow.
Can you share a little bit about the sales circle of your company? And I think that it takes a long time for sales.
There's 2 kind of circle. The first one is the very customer at the beginning, they don't have any knowledge, they don't have any experience with autonomous mobile robots. And that cycle takes longer. But the second circle, when they already experience it, is much faster. They can make decisions quickly. Yeah.
So how you can overcome, how you can shorten the time to deliver your service or deliver your product?
Right. So that is also one part of our strategy to make us profitable. We leverage our third party, utilize the external resource that we don't have to have someone dedicated for some positions for the whole years. If the requirement, the business requirement, the demand grows, then we just get some third party when we partner with some companies or some freelancers, some external resource that helping us to adapt with the real demands. It can be up and down, right?
Thank you, Rostang, for your answer. And it's also the time's up. Thank you. And now please welcome the next startup, TIυπάρχM. The startup prepared is Eco Truck.
Hi everyone. My name is Fidel, CEO and co-founder of TIυπάρχM. So TIυπάρχM is a PropTech platform in providing the co-living solution. That is the long-term room for rental for the young professionals and who are living in urban areas. And we are aimed to build the company with ESG development strategies. So the tenant right now is really hard to find the reliable long-term room for renters. And we have a lot of unprofessional landlords just because they have a house. So they have to provide the service by themselves. So they create a lot of conflicts of interest with the tenants. And we also have a lot of investors who are seeking for a new channel of the payment, of investment. That's why the market is right now really fragmented, and there's low leading players. It is all running by a lot of small players. So what is TIυπάρχM doing? from the tenant side, we provide the platform, allow people very easily to find the room for rental in the long terms, and also the value-added services. From this side, we have 3 ways to create more room to put it in our chains. The first one, A+ choice, is we rent the location, we put our money, our own monies, to convert it into our chains. The second one, we provide the property management for the owner of the building who already invested money. And the last one is a signature one. It's almost the same with the first one, but this one is peer-to-peer investment platforms that allow individual people to invest their money inside the local location and give the location to A+ to manage. So why 3-in-1s? Because there's only 3 kinds of major source of the rooms to try our system. First one, it's come from investor who's seeking for the new investment channel to gain more interest. The second is we have a lot of landlords who has building but has no time to manage. So they want professional services. They want someone to manage the building for them. And the last ones, we have a lot of landlords. In Vietnam, a lot of people have more than 1 or 2, 3 buildings. So they just need someone to rent their house to convert it into service apartment. So here, it's more time for me to share about why we say this one is one of the first peer-to-peer investment platform in Vietnam and maybe in Southeast Asia, because we are the first to allow individual investors to put their money in the specific location. So all the thing is done by A+. So A+ will play a role like we balance the benefit between investor and the landlord. So we target on the yacht who living in urban area with maybe from 18 to 35 years old, and we build a company with a very focus on positive social impact. We bring value to the young people and taking care of them. And this size of the market, we have around 2 million people only in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. So the market is there, big. I believe all of you guys here, most of people here may spend some years to rent the rooms to stay before you can buy a house, right? And the house price increasing faster than income of the people. That's why the market keeps increasing. So how of our positioning? So compared to the other player in the market, we are only who combine hybrid model, that we have a platform and we also invested in the specific location. So the tractions, the numbers say everything. So in this startup winters, we are a very rare company who survived during this time, and we broke even last June. And this is our rooms, for example. We have a dormitory 4-bed, we have dormitory 8. And what is our unique selling point? So the first one is we are biggest in scale, in very, very focused on the room with the charges from 4 million to 7 million per month for 2 people. And the second, we optimize the designs, and our economic of unit is quite good. And the last one, the third one is we are the tech base, and we are not building the super app and raise fund for burning and acquire users and waiting for the day we can break even. So we don't choose that way. We choose tech only for optimize the cost and expanding easily. So this is some player in the market. In the world, there's a lot of unicorn already. And you know, we have a lot of unicorn who build the super app for the way people pay, the way people move, the way people eat. And we are planning to build the super app for the way people stay.
And thank you, A+ Home. It's time's up. Thank you. And now it's 5 minutes for Q&A.
Thank you. Earlier, you mentioned the 3 points. Why are you putting an investor between the renter and the landlord?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
You mentioned there was like 3 values, to the renter, to the landlord, and to an investor. But why are you putting an investor between the renter and the landlord?
Oh, yes, very good question. Thank you. So, you know, right now in Vietnam, the trust of the individual people is they got the pain because the stock market is now very only for professional investors, and fixed deposit is become very low, and the others like the corporate bond also having some problems. So a lot of people seeking for trust and good investment model. So when I test the market, I show on our platforms we have a lot of location with how much capex and how many months we can guarantee for payback. A lot of people contact to us, and yeah.
I guess I'm still confused. Is it a renter or a landlord who's asking for the investor in between that transaction? Who's asking for that? The renter or the landlord?
Actually, I don't.
So if I'm renting an apartment from a landlord, why am I looking for what is the investor doing? Why do I need the investor?
Yeah, very good question. I got this question very frequently because if the landlords can invest it themselves, so we will convert them into the property management packages. But we have a lot of big building, so the landlord has no capex to convert the building into service apartment. So we turn their building as a deal in our platforms with how much capex and how many months for payback, and we. Okay,
so that's what I was trying to understand. The financing goes to the landlord so they can do furnishing development on the unit. Who's borrowing money? It wasn't clear.
Someone can explain the question.
Yeah, maybe somebody else can explain to me.
You mentioned about investor. So investor buys what?
Okay. Investor doesn't mean VC or you guys.
Of course they don't. I understand. But what are they? Who's borrowing money? Who's borrowing money?
Okay. The investors. The individual investors who want to who has maybe only 10 to 20,000 USD, seeking for the very safe way to invest to be the owner of the location. So we bring them to sign the contract with the landlords directly. After they sign the contract with the landlord directly, we will be the one who convert the building and who manage with the commitment for the payback to them. And we already go like 6 locations with this, and it's growing very well.
So a investor is basically paying for the lease up front, and then you're working with them to rent it out, and then they'll get yield. They'll make money that way.
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess at the moment your major source of revenue will come from A+, which is like you lease or rent a house, apartment or home and renovate and lease out for the tenant, right?
Yes. So we have 3 models. Yes. In order to start our business, we rent only footprint location like the flagship to optimize the operation system at the app. And the rest is now a lot of people ask us to give the building to us. So we have to open the platform to welcoming the individual investors to put money in that location. So we rent the location and renovate and rent back just for very specific location and in very good areas. So let's say this is a flagship location.
Yes.
It's not at all.
So for the flagship, how many years for the payback period?
Yeah, normally from 18 months to 22 years. That's why it's, last few weeks I was on the Shark Tank. I got a commitment, and I commit to pay back for the Shark is 24 months.
Good.
Actually, let me share this time still there. A lot of traditional players, they rent a house, they renovate it, they get payback only 12 months. So we got a payback around 18 to 20 months. Is still cannot. Yeah, we do worse compared to them because we invest a lot on the technologies and brandings.
Okay, so we don't have much time left, and thank you for the Q&A section from A+ Home. And now please welcome our next startup, EcoTruck. The startup prepares bioplastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm An. I'm founder and CEO of EcoTruck. I'm very excited to be here today to share our story. Import and export have been the key drive of our economy for the past 30 years, right?
And besides, we have a very big population of more than 100 million people in Vietnam. So those are the facts for Vietnam to have a very big logistics market, as big as 20% of our GDP. And in logistics, trucking is actually the backbone. And the B2B trucking itself, including like a first mile and middle mile, has more than 20 billion US dollars per year. And we have 1.7 million trucks in Vietnam. So that's a very big truck market in Vietnam already. But unlike the last mile segment, B2B trucking doesn't have enough attention and doesn't have enough, investment in the past years. And that's why it's been very, very inefficient and outdated. So why is that? And that's the question why I started EcoTruck years ago. So to answer the question, I did a very good homework myself. And I found many things, more than a lot of people can see in the market. I found different problems. It's a business, it's operations, or it's a finance. And the hardest problem to solve is like all of those problems are actually connected. That means, if we solve one problem and we leave the others open, we will end up with solving nothing. So it's challenging, so one thing. The second one is like, actually the margin is not that great. All right, so I got it, right? It's a high risk and low return. It's very challenging, and it doesn't have much of profit. And that's the reason why most investors didn't want to invest in B2B trucking in Vietnam. But that didn't stop me, I had to do something about it. And actually, I was not the only one, trying to solve the problem. So years ago, there are different groups of people trying to solve the problems. But years after, right now, EcoTruck is very much the only last man standing in the competition for B2B trucking in Vietnam. It's not because we've been working much harder. It's also because, we had the right approach at the beginning. So we are not just a tech company. We do not just build a matching platform. We build a whole ecosystem around the truck drivers. So we have trucking as the core service, and besides, we are providing all of the trading, financial and supporting services. And ecosystem combined with technology is our formula, to have the highest efficiency for the industry. And with higher efficiency, we can lower the cost, and we can bring efficiency, we can bring service quality at the same time. So this is very comprehensive ecosystem that we have built, from daily services like fuel, tire, to supporting like a GPS truck parking, to even like a truck financing that we have done so far. So it has everything that any truck suppliers in the market may need. So, to win the B2B trucking market, having the best suppliers is the key. And we are actually building the best trucking suppliers in the market from the truck drivers by giving them the best value proposition that we have to offer. We have them with businesses, we have them with operations, we have them with working capital, right? And we are providing the best supporting services that they can get from the market. And from them, we can have the best service for our B2B customers, lower prices, much better service quality. And of course, we can help our customers not to worry about trucking, but to focus on their core businesses. And for EcoTruck, from the ecosystem, we have multiple revenue streams. So we have higher margins than the other business model, and we can have lower operating costs. And that's the key factors to have a very sustainable and profitable business for EcoTruck itself. So, and we cannot do that with our technologies. And the key things about technology is to build the right system. So we have the best DMS system for trucking businesses operations in Vietnam. And so far, we have been building a whole new infrastructure for B2B trucking in Vietnam with technology, with trucks, and a lot of B2B customers that we have served. So in our business, serving customers, having social impact is as important as economic impact. So having trucking drivers, that's important as having customers. So please, listen to some of the drivers who have been working with us to have to say, listen to what they have to say.
Thì doanh thu của mình tổng thu nhập thì phải hơn 100 triệu một tháng. Tôi là Nguyễn Xuân Tùng, tôi là quê Phú Dương, tôi bên đây rất là hỗ trợ quay mua xe. Thu nhập thì bình quân là khoảng 150 triệu tháng, từ chi phí ra một cái máy ra tầm 20 triệu. Thì tôi cũng đỡ dành tiền để cố gắng là lo sự nghiệp và sau này làm ăn chỉ có rất lâu dài hơn. Tôi tên Nguyễn Tiến Dũng, tôi thấy được hàng hóa Hàn Quốc có hiện nay thì cũng đều thu nhập anh em khoảng 30-40 triệu, cũng đủ lo cho gia đình. Tại tôi trước thì có app công nghệ rồi, anh trước thì hướng dẫn nên là để không cần 2 tuần là mình thấy. Tôi hàng hóa thì nó lấy hàng hóa nó càng nó dễ hơn.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, EcoTruck. And now it's 5 minutes for Q&A.
Thanks, Danh, for the presentation. It's definitely a very challenging industry. So just curious, in the ecosystem, there's a few stakeholders, and you have made clear through every presentation that you're on the side of the truckers with various values. So what does that imply or lead to? Does it mean they are loyal to you and you have the biggest supply of trucks on the platform that is exclusive? Or does it mean you have the best price for your customers? What does that lead to, all these value that you bring to the truckers?
Actually, all of that. So, once we have values for the truckers, right? So they can work with us, and they have to see the values. Actually, when we help them to save the operational costs, and the cost will come into the pricing. And we help them with working capital, with financial costs, and then we can have a lower pricing from them as well. So we have, again, first, we have much better pricing from the truckers. We have much better service quality from the truckers. And when we work with the trucker, independent truckers, right, we don't have to manage almost everything, right? Because they can do almost everything with the technologies and with their own motivation. So yes, all of that, we have better margins working with them, and we have much better service quality working with them. So for the customers, they are the key ingredient to win them. So yes. And besides, for subordinate services, when the truckers use the fuel, the grease oil, the tire, and so on and so forth, we have additional margins, we have additional revenues as well.
So does it mean because they appreciate you that they give you better price versus another vendor, or is it because economy scale, you give them most amount of service in a month?
First, because they have lower cost working with us. And second, they have much better stability working with us as well. Thank you.
So what kind of controllability do you have on demand side? Like how do you manage your demand side customer?
Demand side is the side that we have the least control over, especially during the very challenging time this year. We haven't seen a lot of customers, going out of businesses. We have filtered out a lot of customers with the risk of bad debt. And since that's exactly, but we can only control what we can control, right? So we are not controlling the demand side, by putting the control over them, but by improving, our services, by giving them lower prices, for example, better service quality, higher capacity for operations. So they are the things that we can control from our side. And it helps, to control the demand in some way. So this year, we do not prioritize growth, and we are, filtering out bad customers at the same time, but we could manage to grow for like 20%. But on the profit side, we've been growing for like 130% this year. So it's all about, profitability from the customers, not like a high growth from the customers anymore.
What I'm curious about is mainly about how much do you contribute to truckers, like in ensuring them have good enough revenue by providing them, funneling them a good demand.
Yeah. So most of the truckers that we are working with having a commitment, right? Of course, we have different kinds of truckers working with us. We have to build a pipeline, right? For the committed truckers, we guarantee businesses, soft guarantee. But so far, the churn rate is very low working with them. So that means they are happy with our commitment. So let's say we commit 100 million VNT per month, or around $4,000 of US dollars per month revenue. So out of everything, they can take home 1,500 US dollars per month. Sometimes we cannot meet with the revenue guarantee, but we meet with the income guarantee. So that's the other thing that we can manage as well.
So what does the trucker have to give back to you to be an eco truck driver that get these perks? Like, is it good quality service that is on a rating basis, or they have to be available anytime you call it? They have to give back something as well, yeah?
Yeah, good service quality is the first one that we ask them to. And a very a stable schedule. They can take days off, but they let us know before that, and we are fine.
Can you share a little bit about the long-term plans for expanding your business?
Expansion is a very big plan that we've been having, but we decided to postpone the expansion this year because of the market, because of the fundraising funding as well. But we have two key expansions that we are doing right now. The first one is expanding to the middle miles, because we have the hubs already, and from the hubs we can build warehouses, not storage warehouses, but in and out warehouses to consolidate, to
do the switching. And then the second one is like, once we have the network of hubs, we can serve the whole truck markets in terms of support and services. You know, we can sell tire to anyone in the market, not just to our suppliers. So yes, there are two expansions.
And thank you, EcoTruck. This is also the time's up for your Q&A.
Thank you very much.
Well, so we have been through 9 startups, and now let's come to the last startup. Also, the only lady for tonight, bioplastic.
Lady last. Hello, everyone. My name is TIธ์, CEO and co-founder of Bio. We all know that the plastic crisis is threatening the survival of our planet. A plastic bag is used for 12 minutes, but it takes 500 years to degrade in the environment. Bans of single-use plastics have been issued by governments around the world. Most major corporations are also phasing out plastics from their supply chain. At Bio, we offer a solution. We convert bio-waste from food and beverage industry into 100% bio-based and fully biodegradable material to replace regular plastics. The global market size for bioplastics by 2027 will be $27 billion, of which North America and Europe, the two markets that we are targeting, account for 15 billion. And if we can grab just 1% of the market share, we will be a 150 million revenue company by 2027. Let's look at the market landscape. Bio differentiates ourselves by focusing on the most optimal market segment in the upper right corner. We offer bio-based and biodegradable bioplastics. In the lower right corner, PLA, the most popular bioplastic in the market, cannot degrade in the natural environment. Within the most optimal market segment, while the first generation technology uses starch as a raw material, at Bio, we upcycle bio-waste and we save starch for food. We hold a proprietary technology with our secret bio-waste material, our bacterial strains, nutrition sources, as well as our confidential know-how in the biofermentation process, in mixing different biopolymers together and in the final processing. Our product hold compelling advantages from other plastics in the market. First, it's made from bio-waste, not from chemical nor starch. Second, it's biodegradable within 3 months to 1 year instead of 500 years. Third, it's 100% bio-based and safe for health. Finally, we save carbon footprints with our bioprocess and by upcycling waste and bringing them back into the circular economy. Most importantly, our product properties are comparable to regular plastics, and our cost is more competitive than most other bioplastics in the market. Our products are potential for various applications, including flexible and rigid packaging, and also for medical applications, thanks to its antibacterial property. You could see on the screen some pictures of our products. We are a B2B company serving corporate clients in the global market. Our business model centers around the biotech holding company who owns the IPs, the trademarks, the exclusive connections with suppliers and buyers, and we manage our manufacturing process with our own factory and outsourced factory. Our team is comprised of very experienced entrepreneurs and the top scientists from the world's leading universities in the areas of biotech and chemical engineering. We have won numerous awards and recognition from various global competitions. We won the first prize at the TechFest Vietnam 2023. We are the first startup from Vietnam selected into the 100+ accelerator program sponsored by AB InBev, Coca-Cola, Unilever, and Colgate-Palmolive. We are also the first startup from Vietnam selected into the hyperscale program sponsored by the Singaporean government and the next COP28 by COP28 and New Nexus Energy. We are among the top 10 with SK and others. In terms of traction, we are working with corporate clients under the 100+ accelerator program and also developing samples for other clients like Mondelez from the US, Taiwan from Thailand, Tessellation from Hong Kong. We are also in talk with Shiseido and Greenpack under the hyperscale program. We have achieved some initial revenue stream. We expect to hit 100K by the end of this year, 2 million by next year, and 10 million by 2025. We have raised totally 750K so far. We are running a pilot factory of 10 tons per month in Ho Chi Minh City. We have 3 patents in pipeline. We are planning to raise the next round by mid next year, scale up to 100 tons per month, and hit the 2 million revenue by the end of next year. Let's join us to tackle the plastic crisis and shape a waste-free future. Thank you.
Thank you, Bioplastics. And now it's 5 minutes for Q&A.
Yeah, and I have some samples products to show to the judges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for tackling a very serious problem for our globe. If this cutlery ends up in the ocean, just falls off a boat, you're saying it'll biodegrade in a few months automatically in the water, or does it need something to activate?
No, it can be biodegradable by itself without any intervention. So if you put it in the landfill in direct contact with microorganisms, it can be biodegradable within 1 year for solid product, 3 to 4 months for flexible film.
And what about if it lands in the ocean?
No microplastic release because it's 100% bio-based. We don't use any fossil fuel-based plastics.
So I'm just saying, does it degrade in water?
We are testing, but in landfill is the major environment where plastic waste is.
All right, that's just why I'm asking. Yeah. So at the moment, no, but
okay. we are testing. We are waiting for the test results for water biodegradability.
Okay.
Yes.
What about the price comparison with non-biodegradable and biodegradable competitor?
Currently, our product is comparable in terms of pricing to other alternative materials like paper or sugarcane. It's higher than regular plastic, but it's cheaper than most other bioplastic in the market. So with the scale, we hope that we can drive down the cost and narrow down the gap with regular plastics.
So in the sample here, I don't see the shopping bag sample. Have you got that product?
Yeah, you could see the flexible film from that intermediary film, then we can make it into shopping bags. But our intention is we don't go into the mass market. We don't do like shopping bags or trash bags because that's where the price competition is very tough. So we usually aim for like high-end application like food grade packaging because our material has many advantages. So we don't need to compete with the mass market.
So could you please walk us through the development process, how you invent this new product?
This is our own patented technology that invented 100% by our team in Vietnam. So it's not like a licensed technology from someone else. And we already filed for patent. We already filed for 3 patents in Singapore. And we are waiting for the approval.
Yes, but I'm curious, how could you invent and find out that new process?
There are many different ways, many different technologies to make bioplastics. So we started with, we think that Vietnam is a big like agriculture and food producing country. And we have a lot of bio-waste in Vietnam. So we wanted to tap into this source of bio-waste, making it into like the raw material. And we try with different sources of bio-waste. First, we try with fruit skins, like banana skin or dragon fruit skin. But then we found out that there's a problem with that because it's seasonal. And most of the producers of fruit in Vietnam are smallholder farmers. So they don't have the scale, they don't have the consistency. So we decided that we need to pick the bio-waste, but from the industrial source, which means from the factory. So we work out with the beer company and we pick the brewery waste from the beer factory. And then we expand it and we work with other agricultural waste, but also from the factory.
Yeah, I can see that like you don't have the background and you work for Vinh Group previously. And who are the key experts in your team for the R&D? Yeah.
I don't know how I can go back. I can go back to the previous slide, but you could see on the team slide, we have 4 co-founders. So our CTO here is PhD in biotech, and he's currently working as a research manager at the University of Toronto. And also we have an R&D team in Ho Chi Minh City. They are very talented. We have about 7 people in R&D team, and 3 of them are PhD in biotech and chemical engineering. So I'm just a face of the company.
Okay. How strong is your material against heat? Because
heat resistant, right?
Heat, I mean temperature.
Heat resistant is equivalent to regular PP, so it's about 83 degrees Celsius.
So is it durable when you use hot like food?
83 is you can use for hot water, warm water. Yeah, we are testing whether it's microwave safe or not. We are trying to improve the property day by day because I think it's a journey.
Thanks for the presentation. So I think with a lot of the deeper tech business model, the key is in the mass commercialization of the business. So for example, for the insect as a feed industry is more how to make that profitable at scale. For battery additive is how to produce at scale. Like what would be the main challenge for you in this industry to mass commercialize it? Is it funding? Is it like production at scale and technical? What is it?
Yeah, thank you. I think our business is capex heavy, capex intensive. So I think we need to find a way that we can scale up fast, but it doesn't cost too much capex. And I think we can work through that by working with outsourced manufacturers. So we have built up a network of outsourced manufacturers that we can work together. So we become the material supplier, and then they can use equipment and machinery. The good thing about our materials is that it can work on the existing machine for regular plastics, so they don't need to really adapt or change anything with their machine.
Thank you, Bioplastic. And that is also the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes all the presentation from our startups. Congratulations to everyone for a great performance. And now, dear everyone, while we are finalizing the results, it's time for all of us to have a break and network with each other. We will go to the announcement and award ceremony in after 30 minutes. And dear our judges, please bring the scoring document to the meeting room for discussion. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the announcing and award ceremony of SKSF 2023. Right now, to wrap up, let's take a look at some of the highlights of our activities and journey together with a short video. Dear everyone, right now we have finally got the results for the top 3. I would like to announce once more that the top startup will each receive a 50,000 USD grant and the remaining startups receive a 15,000 USD grant. All grants are non-equity based. Now, before announcing the top 3, I would like to invite all SKSF 2023 startups to the stage. Please give a big hand to welcome on the stage. On mic, We Care, IC2 Digital Health, Only Technology, Foodmap Asia, Camerio, Rostec, A Plus Home, Eco, and Bioplastics.
2 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 3 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 4 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 5 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 6 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 7 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 8 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 9 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 10 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 11 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 12 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 13 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 14 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 15 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 16 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 17 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 18 Eco Truck, and Bio, Bioplastics. 19 Eco Truck
Let us welcome Mr. Yu Jae-wook, Vice President and Chief Representative of SK Hanoi from the organizer, to present the certificates and flowers for all startups who have been with us throughout the program this year. Thank you, our fellows, and thank you, Mr. Yu. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Yes, you can back to your seat now. Ladies and gentlemen, and now is our most awaited moment. We would like to announce the top 3 of SKSF 2023. But before announcing the top 3, the organizer had a surprise for us. Besides the top 3, the program has selected one startup who has shown great effort and dedication throughout the program. This startup will be presented with an honorary award and a 25,000 USD grant. Let us congratulate the winner of SKSF honorary award is... Let's give a big hand to congratulate Bioplastics! We would like to invite Ms. Chun Chae-ran, Senior Vice President and Head of SK Vietnam, to present the prize board and congratulate the winner of SKSF Honorary Award. Thank you. Ms. Chun Chae-ran, please stay on the stage, and Bio, you can back to the line now. Ladies and gentlemen, and now, who will be our top 3 this year? Can you guess? Our top 3 are those who have performed exceptionally well, not just only today, but also the past 6 months. Let us wait no more. Congratulations to... Please give a big hand to our top 3. Congratulate to Camario! Well, I can feel it's getting harder now. The next startup in top 3 is who? Congratulate to EcoTruck! And who will be the last one? Can everyone say out loud the name you want to be the last one? Who? Congratulations to Foodmap Asia! congratulate to our top 3 SKSF 2023. Congratulations one more to all startup today. Thank you everyone. And everyone please step forward so that we can take a photo together. Congratulations once more to all startup today. SKSF is honored to be a milestone in your journey, and let us continue to grow our fellowship and support each other in the road ahead. Thank you everyone. Thank you, and now you guys can back to the seat now. Yes, we can back to the seat now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 months of the program, SKSF 2023 has finally wrapped up. Once again, SKSF organizer, the SK Group, would like to send a sincere thanks to all our partners for supporting the program. Thank you all the startup fellows for participating and following with all the activities of the program. And we wish all the attendees here good health and look forward to having you at our next year event as well as other activity of SK Group. Goodbye and see you soon.